at least in my opinion, I think where the powers that be, however you want to define that, are taking people is essentially leading us to some sort of two-tier society where there is really no need for a middle class, and it's really more accurately described as like a neo-feudal style society where you have a large underclass managed by sort of this more elite group that would do the managing. And I think it really falls under what some people have referred to as technocracy, sort of this idea of more of like a scientific dictatorship. And there's actually this prominent figure from the Club of Rome named Dennis Meadows, and the Club of Rome is an entity that has a very intertwined history with groups that have become infamous over the past several years, like the World Economic Forum, for example. But Dennis Meadows essentially said something to the effect that, you know, for the good of people and the planet and the economy, in his words, that it was going to be necessary to either reduce the world's population so that people could have freedom and use resources the way they want, or that there would have to be a scientific dictatorship imposed on 8 billion or 7 billion people in order to ensure accurate allocation of resources and all of this stuff by a educated, technocratic, scientific elite.
These settlers have set their sights on a new prize, one that seemed utterly impossible before October 7th. Returning to Gaza, they cheer. That is the goal of Zionist settler organization Nahalal, one of more than a dozen groups now advocating for the reestablishment of Israeli settlements in Gaza. A recent promotional video even boasts that Gaza will become the next Riviera. The
Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Friday, February 7th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Very important show. Something we've been talking about for a while, the general kind of abstract concept of whether it's just technocracy, as Whitney well described there in the opening, or some kind of shifting of power. Now, obviously, it's very easy and very tempting to want to see this through the lens of the partisan two-party illusion. And you very, very well may be right. I personally think the facts are pointing in every other direction. I think right now what we're seeing, as I've been trying to highlight, is the using of kind of the destruction of that, kind of like Whitney also was outlining, to usher in the new control structure. I have a very important article we're going to get to today that I really built a lot of this around today. That is Catherine Austin Fitts, Solari Report, in regard to this being a technological coup. Now, I hold her opinion in very high regard. We don't know, I mean, there's plenty of things that I have different opinion on, like anybody else out there, but I think that her opinion is spot on. Like what she's highlighting goes point by point down exactly what's being rolled out. And if you're not looking at it through a partisan lens, I think it's very obvious that this is everything we all thought we were fighting. And it's concerning as hell. But what we're going to show today in general is the idea that this is happening, in my opinion, and I think the evidence backs that up, and go over not just how it's happening and what they're rolling out, but almost more so around, because we've been doing a lot of work on just what that is, but more so around how this is being, you know, how the pieces are being moved and arranged in a way to hopefully, from their minds, stop you from seeing it in order to get you jumping into partisan conversations or feeling you're attacking certain parts of the conversation, making you think that maybe that's all it's really about. And I think it's important for this to be laid out more. We've been doing that. But today, I think there's a lot of, you know, the way it's all put together, I think is very important. Now, the reason I started with the Gaza part too, if we have time, we're going to get into a lot more about also what's going on, some parts like the ceasefire, for example. But the largest point I want to make sure we get to, and that will be done today no matter what, if I don't take too long, I'll try to get into some more Gaza stuff as well, is the point about and that Catherine makes very clear in her work, that what Gaza seems to be is there's a lot of moving parts, to be clear. What some of the prophetic Zionist perception is and what they're trying to accomplish, or, there's all these different moving parts. But I think at the top of it, as she's highlighting, I agree, like we saw with the gas aspect of the Gaza conversation, the kind of technocratic building of the new city, as they're talking about, of course, only for the Jewish elite that are being allowed there. And that's not my statement, by the way. That's coming from the settler movement. But on top of that, the idea that it's the technocratic bill, the island conversation, ultimately the point being that it turns out in her work and her research that this is central to what is going to become the technate. And if you don't know what that means, we've talked about this being the original, actually, well, I'll bring it up in a second and I'll jump into it as I'm talking in the opening, but the North American Union discussion we had, that picture that we've shared from the 70s conversation, going back to Elon's family tree, the idea of that area was supposed to be the technate, or at least the idea back then in the origin, at least as it was presented in regard to technocracy. So really what it means is sort of like the central location of the building out of the technocracy, as Catherine's calling it, the world control grid. And I don't know how we don't see that. Derek's work around the Elon Musk Starlink satellite network that the National Reconnaissance Office, the government during Biden's administration was working on with him to build a network that could see everything. His quote is, "You can't hide." And now into Trump's administration, and it's still going. It's almost like they're not fighting at all. And clearly it's showing you that this world control structure. Now, if you maybe want to convince yourself that it's in the interest of fighting whatever thinly veiled, 1 point Democrat woke politics direction, I don't see how you don't think about the bigger picture of what all that allows. Even if you think that is what's happening and that's all that matters, what happens when somebody else takes control? It's just everything about this is falling apart. And I'm of the mind as well that most of people out there, not just watching the show, but just left, right, all over the map, are pretty damn uncomfortable with what's happening. Whether it's the genocide that they can't stop paying attention to, or the idea that literally every single point of what you, because you're an honest person, have believed you were fighting because they were lying to you, is taking place or being done in some small variation. It's still happening. It's all right there in front of you. Now, I hope to God that I'm wrong about all of it. And I ask myself every single day, am I missing something? Is it possible that he is doing the thing they all want him to be doing? And I try to see that, because why wouldn't we want that? Why wouldn't we all want him to save us from all these bad things that we all seem to, on all sides, generally see as a bad thing? Because what I would argue, the reason that lens gets put over it, that is because that's how the partisanship sees it. It's not about the outcome. It's not about the facts. It's about us winning. And we project that onto you. And that's what I think ultimately it stems from. I think most people would like to believe, whether Trump or Biden or whoever else, that if it was a positive thing, or would believe that would be good, no matter who carries it out. But you know as well as I that most people in the team sport politic arena don't care about they just want the other side to lose. And that's what we're seeing used more than anything. As long as it makes the Democrats look stupid, we're going to pretend like we're winning, even though it's everything we always thought we were fighting. So we're going to get into a lot today, but I think the main point is about the building of the technocratic world control grid, and it's happening right in front of us. Not just that we're saying it's here, it's coming, and but that it's happening. That's the important thing to take away from it. This, not just that we're talking about where it could go, that they're building this and have been. Partly in Biden's administration. Now the real execution is happening through Trump. And it's not that it's left or right or Trump and Biden. It's just the fact that it's the government and the different varying political paradigm dynamics keeping you from looking at what's being built around you. We've been calling this out for a long time. And again, I hope that we're wrong. So let's start with, of course, the highlighting of that breakdown that Decentered News made. Great overlap, because people are forgetting these words. I mean, it's not just a coincidence that Trump happens to just go, well, it's like the new Riviera. And if you don't remember what he's talking about, it's that he just said, and we'll get to it if we have time, again, they're going to just occupy Gaza. Again, by the way, or rather on top of the current occupation, which we'll get to. I mean, if we don't get to today, it will be in the next show. The absurdity around that, what that really means. And there's no way you stretch that into what we all thought was, that's the opposite. Remember what we were always going to end it all? Or even some of them going, it's actually going to be Israel he takes down. I don't see any of that even barely coming to pass. Hope so. But hope is one thing. Facts and evidence are quite another. I will always hope for the positive outcome, but I won't ignore the facts in lieu of my hope that he's telling the truth. Usually they aren't. So at the end of the day, we're talking about him turning Gaza into something else. Now, could that be just what Israel wants because he's clearly this bought-off stooge for Israel? Certainly my opinion, but damn it if the evidence isn't there. Or is it for something bigger? Is it a bigger story about something that they're all working on for, I don't know, some technocratic, Zionist, globalist movement that all the people that have always said we're fighting that are suddenly looking in every other direction and can't stop screaming how we're fighting and beating the deep state? Can't you see it? Can't you see how the deep state is running scared as they literally have this dream played out of everything they've always wanted? They're scared, we're being told. My God, I don't know how people listen to these things. Anyway, we'll get to it all. Great clip from Decentered News, as usual. Now, one thing I want to just throw out there early, because I just saw it before I went live that I thought was wild. I'm sure I could have fit it in better in the show today, but just saw it before I went live. Breaking news from every corporate platform. President Trump says he's revoking former President Joe Biden's security clearance. Now, it's things like this that really kind of throw me sometimes where I'm going, whoa, like that's okay. I hope you take a second to reflect on if it actually happens, which is that makes a big difference. Obviously, that's a big deal, because of shifts in normalcy. On top of the fact that I've always pointed out the idea that usually they play the game with themselves, right? Like maybe this is all in the interest of making sure you don't think they're on the same side because this won't matter anymore once they build this last part. I hope I'm wrong. But what's interesting is usually it's like we don't go after each other because, even if they're not friends or even on the same side, there's a general, honor among thieves, if you will. And so you don't do that because then the next time when he leaves, the Democrats are going to do it to him. And what's important to recognize is, there's a level of, you have to understand, these people are some of the most known people in the world. And even if we're just trying to be not honest about it, that they're just known and people hate them because they're politics. Or if we're going to be honest about it, they're all effing war criminals that commit genocide and murder, occupation, and theft all over the world. So whether we should care that he's safe or not, it's not the point. It's that there's a rationale for why these people very much need security. That's a pretty crazy move. Give me your thoughts about it. I just thought that was pretty wild. And I'm curious to what that actually plays out as and what it means. Like Fauci, I don't care. Not just, frankly, because I don't think he is. It's an odd position to require it on top of the fact that he's a terrible person. But this is just interesting. I'll leave it there. But let me know what you think about that. Now, I had a great interview I played today with Charlie Robinson of Macroaggressions. Trump says U.S. will take over Gaza. We discussed that kind of developing conversation and the future of independent media. We talk about his purchase of Activist Post, Natural Blades, which I'm very happy about, and the Independent Media Alliance, which he's a part, and just a bunch of other conversations about, or other talking points around that. This is the future of where this is going. It's a great conversation. Really had just a couple of things in line that we were going to get to. And then one thing I like about him is we can just have a conversation. We just talked for about, an hour and 45 minutes about a lot of stuff. My plan was to get right into Activist Post, and ended up just, that's what I love about the show, though, is that we can just kind of let it go where it goes. And we got an interesting conversation about a lot of stuff. Check it out, though. We get into a few different points that will overlap with today. I also want to throw this out there. Now, but this is a little book. I actually forgot it's this right here. Stupid. You can't see it. Just in case. It's a little book. It just says Think. And it says Dr. Robert Anthony. This was a gift. There's a few of these that my grandmother gave to me. And it's interesting. It's like a book of little, like it shows right here. It's a book of little half-page blurbs or little, quotes, and half of them don't even have a name or anything. It's like somebody just wrote these thoughts down. And not that I have to get into what it is and all. I just thought that was interesting. And it's always worth giving some the credit where credit is due for the book that's made. But I just said, don't dwell on the past mistakes. Now, this obviously is for individual. This in no way should be like, forget about the COVID problem or forget about our government lying to us. That's a general concept. I'm talking about individually in your life. Things that we've done, things that, individually that I would have made mistakes about, or, anything that you want to reflect on or dwell on. I simply said, don't dwell on past mistakes. Learn from them and strive to do better in the future. And it says, once you realize you have given your power away, you can make the decision to take it back. I just thought that was a nice thought. And there's a whole bunch of little things like that in that book. But today, I think your power is being taken away. I think it's being completely stripped, one by one, step by step, just like you've always been paying attention to, except now you're not looking because, or just like with COVID-19, the Democrats seem to ignore the fact that that was happening to a large degree because it was their side doing it. Same thing's happening to you right now. And I speak like that because I see myself as nonpartisan. I see it all as a problem. I know the ones I'm speaking to anyway you care. I just think you're being tricked. I think they're misleading you. I think and so all I'm asking is you stand back and think about it. Is it still a win if you feel the change is going in the bad direction just because your side may be doing it? If you have your power taken away, you can simply make the decision to take it back. And all it needs to be is a decision to go, wait a minute. I'm not going to let this happen. Or at least I'm going to start questioning this because I don't feel good about this. Don't let the partisan media and your neighbors or whatever else it is convince you that you're just supposed to go along because the other side's worse. That will be written on your tombstone. Last point on the opening part here. True Stream Media made this point, and again, just about the larger propaganda. Actually, hold on a second. Did I get rid of that? Okay, I thought I moved it once ahead. There was a post we'll get into about Twitter and Elon, but this is about that overlap with Twitter and just social media, internet in general. As we talked about the information today, let's realize that half the internet is bots. That's not my opinion. There's provable evidence about that. And probably more than that for all I'm concerned, but overall, it's not all like we would see on here. Some of them have purpose. But this person says, I'm convinced that most users on this platform, Twitter, aren't human. And we know this, by the way. We know that a huge portion aren't. That's not up for debate. So your question should be why and how many of them are being used to convince us of things that are supposed to be, free speech and genuine engagement. It says the posts, the comments, everything feels manufactured and generated. I think we're all kind of sensing that. Even people that are being fed what they want to see, it starts to feel strange. Or you get it. I think a lot of people, I see more conservatives these days calling this out than ever. And the conversation, she says, I feel like there are only 500 real humans. That's just her opinion. At True Stream Media simply said, I wonder how many, quote, people I interact with on here are all the time aren't actually human. It's kind of a chilling thought. Think about it for a second and just at least keep that in your mind. When you're dealing with this platform, two reasons. One, because we're being gamed every single day. That doesn't have to mean Elon and Trump. It's just that people can just be on there trying to sell you something. The point is that's happening every day on this platform. But take a step back and ask yourself, consider whether there is a larger play happening. Even if they may think it's for the larger greater good or whatever, that there are people who are paying billions of dollars, lots of influence, rooms full of people just to get you to think a certain thing. And if you still don't think that's happening today, my God, maybe this isn't the show for you. It's definitely there. But I want to point out a couple things on this, and this opens the conversation here for what we're going to get into to start today, which is the main point, technocracy. And I really wanted to highlight a couple different things in the lead up to it. Now, we talked about the ethics pledges. There's a reason why I'm going to re-reference that again today, because it's important to think about as we go into this next part, but also the admission, the leaked evidence showing that they are planning to do exactly what we all thought, or anybody with a brain probably saw coming, which is the whole efficiency angle was about using artificial intelligence. Oh my God, bombshell. I think we all thought of that. But that's not something we wanted to acknowledge, especially those who pretended this was the fighting great reset sort of feeling. And it's not. It's the opposite. Before we get to that and the overlap with Catherine's article, which shows you this is just transparently what I think is happening, he says, thanks, Elon, for demonstrating how political censorship works. Now, this has to do with the overlap of the point we started with the Gaza. We started with the Gaza Riviera rebuilding point, which people like Patrick Henningsen has been pointing out from the moment this started, because he's always been paying attention. And the moment this started, he pointed back to the old plan. Look at this old plan they've had about making this into a prison for people in Gaza. And then they floated it to you again as some kind of new island for Palestinians. Woo, fancy new music. And we're going like, are you effing kidding me? Like, that is crazy the way they try to repackage things that were things that were about subjugation. And so my point in this is he's showing you, look, here's Jared Kushner literally telling you we're going to rebuild this area way back in Trump's last administration. Or rather, no, this was before this administration. And he's just simply telling you, like, there's beautiful property there. And now the Riviera quote, which comes from the settler movement, and this, I mean, how do you not see what's happening? At the very least, that Trump is being manipulated into thinking it's about something else, which I always give you that point because I don't know for sure. But I really don't think that's the case based on so many other factors. Point being, I think Trump's well aware of what's happening. And we'll get to that as well about the fact that these people think he's a prophet in some cases. And it really terrifies me that we've got his administration is packed with people who are not just pro-Zionist, that are literally of the mind that we're about to be in end times. You realize how terrifying that is for somebody who has that much power, who literally control a nuclear arsenal, who genuinely, the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, Rubio, these guys, well, Rubio as well, but let's just say Hegseth and specifically the new aspects of this are outwardly of the mind that Zionism and all that this is a biblical right to these areas, that they are the chosen, all these things that are hardly about America first. And secondarily, they're showing you right now with every action they take that that's the first thing they care about. Every person they're meeting, the phone calls they're making. Pam Bondi talking about taking action against October 7th. That's happening right now. Okay, what about America first? I mean, we barely started and everything we hear is about Israel. We told you so, right? Totally. Clearly, that's where they're going. I mean, like somebody keeps, what about North Carolina? What about Lahaina? What are all these people that you guys spent years? Well, there's still something. There's still, motions in that direction, but the immediate funding and immediate words and action have all gone towards Israel. Same thing. But he points out, here's proof that free speech absolutist Elon Musk is deleting embarrassing videos of Donald Trump's son. And it says, son-in-law Jared Kushner admitting plan to build beach resort. Now he posts this, and I'm actually the one that showed him this. I sent him that picture. I just simply said, hey, what is this? I said, do you happen to know what these videos were? I was curious that they were deleted. And when I posted that in the chat to Patrick, I noticed, wait a minute, the videos are there. But when I look at it, it shows this. It shows them gone, which it still does, by the way. Where, did I have it up? Oh, I guess I don't have the actual link. Oh, that's right there. See? Video's been deleted. Which, from his side, apparently they don't show as deleted. But I posted in the chat, and it shows the video. So I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Because I just wanted to know what the videos were. So he responded going like, well, it's crazy. And he made this whole post about it. And he simply said that there's proof that he's deleting them because what he's showing you is the fact that they had planned for what's happening. He says, to be clear, after you've massacred and maimed 200,000 residents, targeted and destroyed all their infrastructure, hospitals, clinics, universities, mosques, churches, homes, and businesses, then helping them by ethnically cleansing the survivors and frog marching them into desert encampments, new concentration camps. That's what I call coming to the rescue. Delete. I mean, guys, you just can't miss this. Who are the dishonest people out here that are unwilling to acknowledge this is happening? And then on top of that, what you can see right there, see how it's grayed out? That's not Patrick. And he says, X is also placing some kind of restriction commenting under most of my tweets. You can reply, or it says, you can't reply. You've never seen this before. You can down here, but underneath this original tweet, you can't. That's strange. I mean, I don't know how many things we have to point out like this. These aren't just glitches or some hangover Democrat, guys. They are suppressing content, no longer just about Israel, but this is also connected, but about their administration and things that embarrass them. I mean, Elon's been caught, which we'll show in a second, many times already, bombastically. H-1B visas, and the censorship point we just got into. And still, people just kind of push everybody away and say, you're wrong. You're misled. No, that's okay because terms of service. Who would make up an entire story if it even hinted that it was a Democrat. It is infuriating, and I'm seeing more conservatives start to call it out than ever. And he says, no replies allowed. Twitter is enforcing this on certain critical political posts. Wild. Now, we talked about on the 15th and a few other shows, the missing ethics pledges. Trump himself essentially just reworked the dynamic. Watch the show for yourself and you see what I mean, to the point to where he didn't even do anything new. And in fact, he actually boxed out some of the front ones from the Biden side of it. People have written about this. I mean, I covered this about 3 weeks before inauguration, and then again in a couple of weeks. And people like Bond, plenty of others in his administration, as you can just look up for yourself or watch this show, have never signed these, Musk included. And I'll show you why. He has a special circumstance, apparently. But my worry about is specifically Musk. But just don't forget. What did I say when I was talking about this? Everyone said, Ryan, no big deal. It's a small thing. I was like, well, let's wait and see what happens. Maybe they'll sign them. And now we're at a point where it seems not even the Democrats cared. How do you explain that? And what did the person say who was managing the process? He said, look, there could be a foreign government funding Trump and his team, and we wouldn't even know. That was the exact statement. Damn right. That's my point. And here we are. Maybe it's because the other side of the paradigm, or just, all of your government doesn't care about that problem if it's a certain person. That's my opinion. But my God, how is this not talked about? I still think that's wild. Sort of like East Palestine or other topics that were like, how is Conyers, Georgia? Where is everybody? Well, no. There's either no partisan draw or a very clear reason they don't want to talk about it. But to that point, this is an article from Fortune. It says, White House confirms Elon Musk is a special government employee who could avoid publicly disclosing finances and conflicts of interest and will only work for 130 days a year, which actually is not correct we'll get through it. So this is just wild to me that this is kind of what we expected, right? But just think about that and what's going on. Like before, this was going like, well, yeah, that seems like it makes sense. But now with these, overreaching moves is a little, that doesn't even do it justice. The Treasury, the dynamic with, even the USAID dynamic. Like there's points, my opinions on this. We, as TLAV, myself personally, have been calling out USAID as a CIA regime change front for a decade. It's not breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. If you just found out, we've been trying, but it's also not partisan. And that's how they're trapping people that only just found out about this in some corner part of the conversation with people like Cat Turd acting like it's the Democrats and we all know. It's the most transparent part of this story. Are we unaware that Donald Trump used USAID for multiple regime change efforts? I'll go through it. I'll go through the obvious data that is on the same page they're all using that proves it's not partisan. Or the fact that it's clearly not just left-leaning media, but, that's the way this game is played. We'll get into that. This point is about the fact that Elon Musk has now started taking these huge moves, and he's technically not even, like there's no oversight. There's no, look, and I'm not going to say that the other parts of our government are like the people that are supposed to keep him in line. They're all effing criminals. But the point is nonetheless the same, is that let's just say there are other people who, like the way we frame this is in the past. Whereas that you have people, they're all breaking the law in very certain ways, but usually when they do things like this that rock the boat, they self-correct. And that's when you see, sort of like the mafia, which I think is what it's really about. Now we're watching these major moves that are making the rest of the control structure seemingly uncomfortable. And I think or at least that could be fake, but I think that's showing us that kind of changing of the guard, where you've got these older elements of the government structure who at the end of the day will still end up using whatever happens to control your life, but would rather do it their way. Now we're seeing the technocratic drive take over. But so at the end of the day, we're watching this 130 days turns out to be not true. Or the fact that he doesn't have to disclose his finances, conflicts of interest. The guy is literally being tapped by Netanyahu, or has all kinds of dark funding. We don't know what's going on. And this guy has so here's the point. He has this much control over the Treasury, $6 trillion. He has so much control over this, and we don't even know who might be influencing him. He doesn't have to sign any disclosures. We don't know. How is that not the most terrifying thing? Remove the person from your mind. Just because you think you know Elon, you don't. You don't know what these people are. You want to believe, and I hope you're right, but just take him out of the conversation. How can we ever feel better about this much of a consolidation of power when you don't even get to know who this person might be puppeted by? That's just basic understanding. Just because a Democrat in Congress makes that same point, but doesn't mean it's not true. And on top of that, that's why I think that's largely happening if you understand my worldview, that these people are ultimately on the same side. But it says the White House confirmed Monday that Musk is a special government employee, whatever that means. A position that permits him to perform limited activities in the government. Well, clearly not. What he's doing is the opposite of limited, but he goes like service on committees and boards, clearly not just controlling an entire agency. But he goes, though he won't be on the government's payroll, which is the way they're playing this, according to the White House. And that's where they go, so he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart. The guy, first of all, the claim is, which I think there's reason to doubt, is that he's the richest person in the world. Either way, he's very wealthy. None of these people care about the paycheck they gain. You all know that. It's peanuts compared to what they can make just by having that power, as Pelosi is clearly showing you. But so are all of them. So what's hilarious to me is that this guy, that's the way you frame it. It's such an easy way to play it. If you always pretend they're altruistic, well, it all looks right. But the point is, you don't see, you're not looking at anything. You're looking at your eyes are closed. And you're listening to Elon explain to you what it looks like, and you go, "Oh, okay, perfect." Even though you're not looking at it, you open your eyes, and it's technocratic prison being built around you. But of course, he says so. I'll just do it out of the goodness of my heart, while I'm taking massive control and power. And we're, it's basically naive, even if you're right, to think that without knowing for sure. But it says Musk is under a tight deadline. He's permitted to work no more than 130 days a year. That's what it says anyway. We'll get there. Elon Musk is selflessly serving President Trump's administration as a special government employee, and he has abided by all applicable federal laws, says the White House Secretary Caroline Leavitt, because they wrote it down on a piece of paper for her and she repeated it. Clearly, she's already been stating and being wrong about half of what she's put out, which, by the way, is not unique to their administration. KJP was just as ridiculous. I think that's why they picked them, because they're just repeaters. At the end of the day, he has not abided by all applicable laws. You can argue that things weren't necessarily illegal. There's really very clear things that he's already completely jumped over, and that's why this whole conversation is there. So that's just them lying. I read a great point about something Whitney's talked about a lot. If you don't know Donald Trump's very, very close relationship with the late Roy Cohn, who was just a mafioso, who basically argument being basically Donald Trump just emulates that style, which is deny everything until your death and just double down, you're winning no matter what. It very much does make sense. In this case, same thing. Just keep lying through your teeth, even when you know you're caught, because you just do that. That's government for you. But it says Musk, who is affiliated with Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter, The Boring Company, Neuralink, and XAI, DARPA's program that he's now taken over, even though I don't want to tell you that, would be required to file a disclosure report if his decision-making, quote, could have an economic effect on a non-federal entity. So then, obviously. But they're not doing that. So that's the point. That's what they're claiming. That's the Department of Justice ethics rules. So seeing as how he just literally had an economic effect on damn near everything going on, right there proves that they're already breaking those rules. But it says, however, only special government employees getting paid, at a certain level and working more than 60 days are required to publicly disclose finances. Okay, so because he doesn't take a paycheck, he doesn't need, it's an easy way to skirt these, but I guarantee he's going to work more than 60 days, as well as more than 130. So there's already a mixed bag in there. But the bottom line is that if you have somebody taking this much control, especially when they're clearly not within the line of whatever special appointment he has, and you don't have information on what he might be doing or what master he might be serving, everyone should be uncomfortable with that. And you would be if it was a Democrat, and you damn well know it. You take everybody, there's not a Democrat in existence that would be in that position to do the same thing, even within the law, without every single person who's now supporting this freaking out. And all that shows you is that becomes, it's hypocrisy. Just because you think you can trust Elon does not mean you know Elon Musk. So the fact that it's okay when he does it, but it wouldn't be okay if a Democrat was doing it, shows that you're a hypocrite, because it's the action that matters, not the puppet stand-in person or whatever you think about him. It's just a body. The action should be what we're concerned about, not because they might be dishonest about it. They all might be dishonest about it. You're choosing not to think that. That's very clearly how this is going. Because are we going to pretend like this would all be okay if it was any Democrat? Think about it for a second. Now, on the fact that he's running all these companies and then also can benefit himself, which is usually the way this works. They usually push themselves out of these or pretend to, like Trump does, or all of them really, but not even that. So he's immediately taking action. How about the fact that this is one of the things I was going to point out. That the reason I think they went with at least pointing to OpenAI and Sam Altman is so it wouldn't be that transparent that him rolling out an AI infrastructure, $500 billion worth, when he's involved with the AI, clearly everybody would be like, come on, that's just so far in your face. But now we're pretending that's not what's happening. And it says only special government. Then it says typically publicly traded company CEOs resign, which he's not doing. Because the main point, as usual, is they have a fiduciary, why am I saying that wrong? Fiduciary duty to their shareholders that could potentially conflict or create an appearance of a conflict with their government role. It simply means that they're obligated, legally speaking, to make a profit for their shareholders. It's for a reason, so they can't, to have ulterior motives. The point is, we can at least bank and put you in that position that you are acting in good faith to make a profit, right? And so in this point, he has a legal responsibility to make money for this company. But so if he's seen in taking action for the government that would undermine that responsibility, then he would be in breach of his. Well, so that's the point. There's going to be a situation like that, and I'm going to go ahead and argue he will err on the side of his profit, and that will be a conflict with the court. Yeah, I didn't take money. This is how it's going to go. It'll end up in Congress, and right now they're already rolling out an impeachment for Trump, which is basically what we all told you. This is what the government is now. It's 4 years of fighting against the other side, so nothing ever gets looked at. We're all distracted, just like last time. Whatever happened, this is what I keep saying. Where's the outcome? Whether Trump or Biden or Democrat or Republican, there's all a bunch of screaming narratives. Yes, there's things that have happened. Money has changed hands, but nobody's ever had any actual legal responsibility when it comes to anything other than money. Any of them, Hunter, Trump, Clinton, anybody. Despite all that we've seen, even the lawsuits and actions against Trump, I mean, seriously, we all have to stand back and recognize that that appears to be all theater. And now I bet you it'll go the same way with 4 years of impeachment trials and all this. It'll be a good show, but I bet you nothing happens unless they're truly shifting this for the last time. Trump has effectively handed Musk the keys to the candy store, says the law professor at Washington University. Doge and Musk, by extension, now has access to the Treasury Department's payment system, responsible for $6 trillion in disbursements, including federal salary, Social Security. Now, just as a thought experiment, guys, if we're wondering, since we don't actually know whether this might be in the benefit of somebody else, whether somebody might be using him, the obvious possibility, but maybe just China, if it makes you feel better, ask yourself how that doesn't make you uncomfortable. That much potential money, that much potential fraud, crime, when you know that there's no way to know what he might actually be doing just because you want to believe in him is not a fact. You would all be screaming if it was a Democrat, or how about just not a Republican, or even a Republican that you thought was a rhino. That seems very clear to me. It says, though Democrats have argued a presidential administration does not have the constitutional authority, they don't, to eliminate entire agencies. It says some 100 USAID staffers were placed on administrative leave. Now, that appears to have been paused because of a judge ruling. We'll come back to that in a minute. The point, though, is that it's the same thing as I'm against the government at large, and I think they're all corrupt. But nonetheless, as we'll get to with Catherine pointing it out, is that there is a process, like I've been saying. And if you go through this process in an illegal way because you're claiming they did it first, which shows you, as I say, in war or anywhere else, that makes you just the same. All it does is open the door up for courts to pull back on that later, which will only make, so it's an illusion, right? They'll be able to go, look, you broke the law, so that's no longer valid. That's possible. But also the fact that all you're doing is changing one corrupt regime for another, and they just are corrupt in the direction of what you like that time. That's a guaranteed cycle that will never change until they're ready for it to change. Anybody not being objective can see this. Right? So if we're doing these things, which are objectively the case, which is like, first of all, not even the presidential administration. You're talking about a special appointee only supposed to be here for 130 days, who's now suddenly disbanding entire groups, taking hold of $6 trillion of funding as a special representative with no conflicts of interest outlined, no ethics pledges. It seems ludicrous. And then, of course, all you need is to say, look, the Democrats are angry. That's how we know it's the deep state. That's the kind of fact-checking or the kind of journalism you're getting from people on the We Are the Media now. Can't you see how scared the deep state is? From Ben Johnson to the rest of them. I'm going, okay, wait a minute. So I'm all for the understanding that there is an unelected power structure, right? We all seem to agree on that. But so when you say the deep state is X, Y, and Z, do you have any evidence to back that up? Right? And you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even in disagreement that there's a clear dynamic happening here. But if you're claiming to say the deep state's running scared, or not even like that, like if you read some of the things that Johnson was posting, saying that, that's just how making a point of it. My point I'm getting at is that all they're really doing is just arbitrarily deeming the deep state as if it's one thing or entity, like works at some location. It's not. It's an unelected power structure that's very, very broad, and we all have different opinions about it. And they're just saying, then this is happening because it's easy, because you'll think it's what he point to, which means the Democrats. That's how dumb this is. So half the Democrats of the clearly appointed positions, which I'm not saying elected, are the deep state, even though they're not unelected and clearly don't have all the power. Really, guys, we can't be that stupid, that easy to manipulate. A team from Doge, it continues, including 4 staffers under the age of 30, reportedly clashed with a USAID security official who refused to give the staffers access to a room with sensitive materials. This is the story we already covered. After making a call to Musk, who told the USAID official he would involve the U.S. Marshals Service, so threatened him, should his team not have access to the secure information, the staffers were reportedly able to have at least partial access to the secure room. Now realize this was written, I guess they're still it's 1 day ago, but the point is this was a minute ago, right? This was the back and forth. But just think about what we already highlighted. If you were this position, now, yes, of course, I guarantee you the left-right paradigm plays a factor in these people because they're all trapped in it. But if you stand back and think about it, you're sitting in this position, right? A special appointee who you know well has no actual legal authority to make these moves goes, get out of the way. And now who knows if Trump's even spoken up at this point yet, right? Because that wasn't clear. And he goes, well, hold on a minute. Like, this is wild. Like, what? And they just make a big story about it. And he got dragged out of the... No, he didn't. They literally, the woman we're talking about actually just like walked out with somebody, but they in big capitals, Nick Sorters of the world, drag from the building. Why? Because it gets more clicks and shares. But what actually happened? Who's in control? I mean, it maybe make you feel better because you assumed that guy was some secret Democrat. Maybe he was, but Elon is the one that's better. All you're doing is you're consolidating power into a smaller group of people. You're literally helping them build this thing out. At least ask that before you just start cheering for whatever the team told you to. And that's not even to say that this guy or the other grouping of people was even good, was the good guys. No, that's not even remotely the point. Right now, I think the major idea is using clear things that we all disagree on to trap you into the next choice, which doesn't mean we should stay. That first thing is still good to go away. Yes, period. But then be on guard for the next thing. It says, despite Musk's seemingly around-the-clock work schedule, the enforcement of the special government employees' 130-day rule appears lax. Oh, interesting. With no explicit penalties for going beyond it. Interesting how you have a position where somebody you'd be penalized for working more than you're supposed to. But what's crazy about it is all this shows it to be is an illusion. It says if the special government the special appointee, what they're claiming he is unexpectedly serves more than 130 days, they remain a special appointee for the remainder of that period. Oh, okay. So basically, should they just decide he can just serve entire 4 years? Great. I mean, that's not to say that's going to happen, but so this just is a basic illusion. They're using this whole thing to make it seem like he's not part of the government. But this starts to feel like he is a central part for something else. He's literally like the second in command, it feels, with a lot of people pointing that out, and he's not even technically part of the government other than appointee. And we don't get to know the conflict, all the same points. It is pretty damn crazy. And of course, all they're going to say is, oh, you're just Trump derangement syndrome, you're Democrat. None of those things. I would say this about any politician that was doing this. And you guys know that if you're watching this show. And it says, then it goes on to say, according to a March 2024 ethics briefing from the U.S. Department of Commerce, and it goes, but during the next 365-day period, the appointing official should reevaluate whether or not he should be designated. Oh, so Trump. So basically, should Trump decide, regardless of the illusion of the status, he could just be there until the administration's done with zero oversight, accountability, insight at all. Other than Trump. But I think the point is that they're doing this together. I find that to be very concerning. Now, the overlap of the story that you've seen kind of probably spin out is this conversation, and this overlaps with the censorship point of the people who are working for Doge, whatever that is and whatever this looks like. Remember, that's the U.S. Digital Services simply renamed as Doge. That's all it is. And they're building out your digital infrastructure, guys. It's very transparent. Doge employees identified, prosecution possible, U.S. attorney. Now, the reason I wanted to point that out is because, remember, the whole game was we're going to go after the people that exposed their names. Well, guess what? The names were already public, but in an article and then also on Twitter before the people got censored, and Elon Musk said, yeah, great people, aces at Doge. So it's a lie, guys. And the U.S. attorney seems to be aware of that as best I can tell and still makes this big bombastic claim. We're going to go after these people. No, what they're going to do is go after people that he pointed to. I think it's right here. Unless I didn't include it. No, I didn't include it. Of the people that were on Reddit saying, go after the people of these positions. That has nothing to do with people that you censored on Twitter because you claim they broke the law. They did not. They didn't even violate terms of service. It was names in government positions, which we have a right to know anyway. On top of that, it was already publicly posted more than once. So think about a while. My point was, I called it out at the time. I said, the U.S. attorney, Elon sent him a letter and he stood up and said, we're going to look after the, all because it was meant to, I think, distract you from what just happened, making it sound like there was a real crime we're investigating. No, let's be very clear about this. They did not. The person who he deleted, which is right here. And by the way, let's see if it's even back. There it is. Nope, still gone. Ray Inside Out is gone because right here, he simply posted the list of these people, which we can prove, and I already did in the last show, was already public. And he said, you've committed a crime. Well, it's interesting how Pauly posts the same screenshot, nothing happens because the guy didn't commit a crime. This was either Elon trying to use this for some other reason to distract people, or he made another irrational action because he thinks he can do whatever he wants. He seems to be able to, and then just made a big story about it. It's wild, isn't it? So here we're going to get into these people's names and who we're talking about here. But this first, Forbes on the 4th writes, Doge employees identified on Twitter. Doxing or case of free speech? The fact that we even have to pretend like this is a hard question is embarrassing. It says the names of 6 employees of the newly formed Department of Government Efficiency, just again, the renaming of U.S. Digital Services. It's easy to look up. That was right in the executive order. More commonly known as Doge, on Sunday were posted on Twitter, the social media platform owned by Musk. The reason they have to write that out is because people are still confused by calling it X. It says the billionaire tech entrepreneur who also head up Doge quickly responded to the posting of names, writing on Twitter saying, you have committed a crime. For the record, Wired also revealed the names before that post, by the way. That was the first example of the 6 engineers who are described as being in their teens and early 20s. That's true. There has since been a wave of criticism of it that individuals with no high-level experience in the public sector were given access to the Department of Treasury. That's the $6 trillion we're talking about. So add that to the uncertainty that he's worried we're going to get their names. Why? Like, what's going on here? And why are these people, these young entities? Like, I think we know what's happening, what we already started with. Now it says, even the claims of doxing may seem a bit of an overreach, as this is typically seen to involve releasing of someone's personal information. Like it's almost like they're going out of their way to make it seem like a fair point. It's simply not doxing. It does not meet the definition of doxing, no matter what you try to argue. Their names were already public, and their names are of people working for the government. Are we pretending like we're in a, we're always pretending we live in a place where we have these rules to follow, but are we now admitting that we don't live in that place? That we can just, we don't want you to know who we are because we're in control of your lives? But it says, as that is typically seen, it says, in this case, all that was released was the names of government workers taking the lead on the newly formed agency, one that was also created without any oversight from lawmakers, by the way. And it says, typically government employees have less privacy protections than do private citizens, also worth considering. Listing individuals who are working on behalf of the government would not fall into definition of doxing. Elon Musk's free speech absolutism position, which is not his real position, should apply to all situations if he truly holds those beliefs. However, the leaked case of Doge employees, or the H-1B I add in the last example, has shown there are exceptions to the rule for Musk. Obviously. But of course, it's on Forbes, so it's Democrats fighting him. No, it's the obvious truth, and they're just pointing it out because it works for them. They're all opportunists. She added that merely sharing names of people working for Doge is not doxing. Oh my God, bombshell. Okay, and here's this again, so you can see it. Now here is Donald Trump responding on the 4th to the question about these people's names. Do you know who they are? So let's be clear again, and we'll get into it more in a second. These are people working with Elon Musk, and that's the ones we're apparently told are there. I'm sure there's more than that, who are working on the system. And what are they doing? They're changing it, despite lying about that. We'll get into it on the Wired and the Daily Beast article before Catherine's. And this is about them making changes in a $6 trillion system for the government. To what end? I mean, how do we not know they're simply changing things so we don't even notice money flying out for something else? Maybe they're allotting money in places we don't know where it's going. Like, we have no idea. That's what happens when you have even the illusion of oversight. They're supposed to pretend like they're showing you nothing. We get nothing. And that's being cheered on as the win because it's not the other side. Do you not see how obviously you're being played? I mean, that's terrifying to me. Now, here is what Trump said when asked about who these people are. Don't you think if he was he would know who these people are if they're the ones making these kind of moves?
Doge engineers that Elon Musk has helping him are as young as 19 years old.
That's good. They're very smart, though, Peter. They're like you. They're very smart people.
Thank you. Have you met any of these guys?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually out of the White House. They're smart people. Unlike what they do in the control towers, where we need smart people, we should use some of them in the control.
Oh, okay. So just lurch right into the FFA, woke politics, DEI point, because that's what the talking points are, right? If as long as you get them upset about how dumb the Democrats are, we'll ignore everything else. Well, at least the team sport Republicans will. It's not the majority, in my opinion, but it very clearly works for them.
Towers where we were putting people that were actually intellectually deficient. That was one of the qualifications, is you could be intellectually deficient.
And as we showed you, which is very easy to look at, last show, same exact stuff was up during Trump's administration. Do you know how, I mean, we'll get into a segment in a minute about the Gaza economist point, again, overlapping many different examples, especially with the USAID point. There has been a waterfall from groups like Wall Street Apes and I Meme, Therefore I Am, like major million follower accounts that are in Elon Musk's orbit, bombastically sharing very easy to prove false claims about USAID. That doesn't mean that everything they're saying is false. Either they don't care, which shows you the we are the media now dynamic, or they're knowingly sharing anything that's in that direction because it's really just about overwhelming the conversation. Either way, guys, it's crazy to me, right? So don't forget, the Donald Trump administration had the same FFA page up during his administration last time. Had the same thing for that. So if you're going to make it, the point is they're probably making an argument about how it was, the Democrat person in the position that he let be there, that he appointed, or, either way you spin it, it's the same game. If you're going to make that Biden's responsibility, even though he's not the one in charge of the FFA, I would agree. It's still his responsibility. It's his administration. That's what happened. Same thing applies to Donald Trump. So if he had the exact same page up during his administration, which I know he knows, then he is simply using this and still lying about it to distract from what they're being asked about, which seems to be a very untouchable conversation. Let's not really get into what Elon Musk is doing and what they might be doing. Ask yourself why.
No, we need smart people. Some are young and some are not young. Some are not young at all, but they found great things.
What a dumb thing to say. I'm so tired of his languishing, there's some are young, some not so young at all. Oh, so you mean just they exist in the age spectrum? Fantastic. Way to break it down for us, Donald Trump. He's just rambling, and it's all about trying to get away from what the question really was. I'm telling you guys, that's what happens every single time. Oh, I'm sorry, the FFA. I've just said it. I'm glad you typed that in the chat, actually. I want to see if I can get that to come up. There we go. Perfect. See if this one's there. If it's the right one. Yep, look at that. Well, what do you know? Got that to be saved. Hopefully for the people that were just trying to pretend in the chat that it's not real. It's always one. This is 2019. Donald Trump's diversity and inclusion for the FAA. It's right there, guys. It's identical to the page they're all criticizing. And you know what's worse? I promise you, the libs of TikTok, cat turd people of the world, they know about this because people like me are dumping it underneath them. They don't care. It doesn't matter because if it's there, then it must have been somebody else. Whatever you can yell out to make sure you don't acknowledge that it's hypocritical to only point out one side of the conversation. Now, this is from NPR. It says, member of Elon Musk's Doge team resigns after racist post resurface. Now, to me, obviously the fact that he's posting racist things matter insofar that you care if he's racist. But whether that matters about the larger conversation is not really why I'm pointing it out. Something about this seems interesting to me. The way it was all going, the fact that we don't have any real oversight or accountability or insight about any of what they're doing or who they are and how weird he was about their names being put out. And all of a sudden, people start digging back and they find these pretty important racist points, one of which talks about eugenics. I find that important, guys. But what's interesting is that he resigns without any real pressure, which is interesting. And then what happens is, on the Trump screen still. Here we go. Thank you, Angela. Member of Elon Musk Doge team resigns after racist post resurface. And interestingly, that one will come to in a second is that he's now asking whether we should let him back. But it says Marco Elez, which his name will come up in another point, a 25-year-old software engineer was working inside the Treasury Department to cut costs and root out fraud with no oversight. Right? So this 25-year-old software engineer with Elon Musk is deciding to cut costs and root out fraud. Now, are we certain they're not doing this at a partisan angle and assuming things are fraud if it's a Democrat program? Well, guys, we're already seeing some of that. That's not to say that, I mean, my opinion, I think government should go away, but that's not the same conversation, right? Just because I agree that government at large is bad and we should but they're selectively applying this in ways that benefit something other than what we're looking at. If they come up and if they literally just disbanded everything and said it's all gone, I would cheer. But that's not even remotely what they're doing. They're consolidating power and changing things for their immediate interest, which I'm going to get to, is for the rolling out of this control structure. And it says, you could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity, was one of the posts he shared. Now, maybe that matters to you more than anything else. I mean, it should matter, right? I mean, if this guy is literally saying something, it shows you this is the kind of people that Musk seems to be working around, but also that ultimately it is a pretty disgusting statement. And then whether that means it's because there's overlaps with, I don't know, the most obvious racist organization in the world right now, it's worth considering, seeing as how they all seem to be very influenced by that. Or maybe there's a reason that overlap is there. Maybe they're compromised. I mean, the point is, we don't know because there is no way to find out because they've kept this very shadowy. That's not the way freedom and liberty and democracy is supposed to work, assuming we should want democracy at all. But it says, that's from September, and it goes, normalize Indian hate, he says in a separate post. Interestingly, sounds like Laura Loomer. But it says, in July of last year, the account posted, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. So just owning that. Sounds like a very certain kind of the conversation today, the kind of people that are proudly pushing that out, which says something. Then it says, this is the one that stood out to me more than anything. I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Is that too much to ask? Guys, this literally pushing eugenics, like Nazi stuff, guys, and Israeli stuff. That's what we're talking about. That's what they are pushing forward. And if you don't remember the overlap of Zionism and Nazism, then you can look it up on Wikipedia. It's that easy to find. Except you're racist if you look at it. It's basic facts. They worked with them through the final solution. It's a very public story that even Haaretz covered, but we're not supposed to talk about it. It just shows you the lie of the entire organization that is Zionism. So this guy is saying a eugenic immigration policy. So do you want these kind of people making changes in $6 trillion of funding? I think these things ultimately matter in a larger sense. This is why, and I wouldn't say that invalidates somebody. The point, this is why people are supposed to be actually chosen by the people for positions. That's what we're talking about when an unelected structure, or hopefully get to a point where we don't need government at all. But the same point applies. You would still have people that are appointed by their community. This is unaccountable, oligarch, technocratic, Zionist authoritarianism, really, just a rather dictatorship. Ultimately, that's the executive order. It's just unilateral. Musk on Friday asked for his followers if he should be reinstated after making, quote, inappropriate statements through a now deleted pseudonym. And nearly 80% said yes. I think I've got that right here. 78%. 19 million views. Bring back Doge staffer who made inappropriate statements. Now, of course, the point would be, I'm willing to bet you the vast majority down there, I'd like to believe, don't know what those statements were. They're probably going, oh, he probably said something against woke culture. That's the way they play this. No, he straight up called for racism and eugenics. I think if they knew that, they might think differently, but that's how this game is played. Now, Wired points out the U.S. Treasury claimed, now this is where it gets interesting. I think, as usual, what you're going to see, guys, is there's a puppet show going on. Actions sometimes that make them look sort of bad. But I think, my opinion, is that these things are being displayed in the front window while this is what's going on backside. There's something bigger happening around all of this stuff. The U.S. Treasury claimed Doge technologist didn't have right access when he actually did. So why would they lie about that? One, I think it's because clearly what they're doing is unilateral. I mean, there's no precedent for this. What they're doing is crazy. Now, interestingly, with Charlie Robinson, we talked about this. Hypothetically speaking, not to get into this now, but let's just say they went through it this way and then legitimately changed everything for just some freedom utopia. right? Where they disbanded everything after that. I mean, even I would ultimately go good, positive. I would still go, well, the way they went at that was probably, but it happened. So we're good, right? I understand the logic of being in a situation where the power structure is so unjust and so dictatorial that they would ultimately stop you from, I get that. So it's worth considering maybe this is the only way to make it happen. Well, it's worth considering, sure, and I do. So if we have a positive outcome, other than just the naming of things and statements and hype, idea, then I would at least consider that. But right now, we're already seeing the indication of that not happening. Obviously as well, because they're supporting a genocide. Kind of makes it easy to see. But that aside, my point is just that it's interesting that narrative is being used because it's something that you might expect somebody who's against government in general to be like, good, tear it all down. But I don't think that's what's happening, guys. And I think the problem is they're not tearing it down at all, that they're really just removing the window dressing and building this consolidated power structure right in the center. But it says U.S. Treasury Department and White House officials have repeatedly denied that technologists associated with Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency had the ability to rewrite the code of the payment system through which the vast majority of federal spending flows. Wired reporting shows, however, that at the time these statements were made, a Doge operative did, in fact, have right access. And it gets worse in the next article. So why are you lying about this stuff? What are you changing? Well, guess what? We'll probably never know. How does that make anybody feel good? Just because you want to believe that he makes the right choice, if you'll never really ultimately know. That is the, it answers your own question. I mean, if you're standing back and rightly critical of any power structure, this should make you terrified. Marco Elez. Interestingly, the same guy that just resigned, and now they're asking to come back. Maybe he's already back for all we know. It doesn't seem odd that this one is the focal point in so many different ways. It says Elez was granted privileges, including the ability to not just read, but write code on two of the most sensitive systems in the United States government, the Payment Automated Manager and the Secure Payment System. At the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, an agency that, according to Treasury records, paid out $5.45 trillion in fiscal year 2024. So again, where my mind's at in concerns because of the obvious influence from foreign governments. So what couldn't it be possible that they could just change a little bit of code and shave off money to go to somebody else? Absolutely. I mean, realize because of the inner structure and centralized control of Musk and Trump, they could do whatever they want. I'm not saying that's what's happening. So here, David Icke points out, based on this article we're going to get into before we get into Kathleen's article, the new leak, this is on the 5th, or published on the 4th, reveals Musk cronies plot to revamp the federal government using AI. Yeah. Tell me I told you so, as I can't even keep count. Now, Daily Beast, this is not some Democrat platform, which my point is none of that matters, guys. I mean, it matters in some ways, but at the end of the day, the whole point we're making is that this is all a construct. It's about keeping you trapped in this time. What's funny is that Republicans would love to make fun of, and in many cases should, people that are talking about the woke politics and, gender as a construct. Well, guess what? You're trapped in exactly the same thing with the two-party illusion. It is an illusion in your mind. You've convinced yourself that it's everything, and really, it's the way they're keeping you confused. Certainly my opinion, but my God, you cannot see it today. The evidence of this is everywhere. So my point is that when you're having this back and forth, it stops you from recognizing that this kind of thing is rolling out. David says exactly what I've been warning about. Trump administration plans to deploy AI throughout the government. They want to get rid of employees because AI is planned to run the show. So that's why he's arguing anyway that Trump is getting rid of the employees. Right? See how that works? Now he could be wrong, of course, but if you can't consider that, I think you're going to blind yourself to very clear problems that might come. Which is that ultimately it feels nice for him to be shaving off these employees and getting rid of different groups. And in the moment, good. I'm saying good. Getting rid of the government's, saving money, good stuff, right? Depending on ultimately how it's done and where it's happening, but generally speaking. But what if it's all in the means to an end to reduce the potential workforce in order to roll this out? Just a thought, right? But you have to be able to stand back and consider these things and not get blinded by your chosen ideologue. Even if you believe in them, you should be questioning them more than anybody. Maybe they're being misled. And it says, and it shows that's why Musk and the tech oligarchs are on board. MAGA and the, quote, alternative media, mainstream alternative media, he calls it, promoting these frauds. You are turkeys voting for Christmas and Thanksgiving. That's a good way to put that. And here's the article he points to. It says a leaked recording on Tuesday revealed that Trump's administration's plans to use AI to help rewrite a large chunk of the federal government's computer systems. Okay, well, seeing as how we just found out that one of these people that resigned because of racist posts talking about eugenics was actually doing this, and we were lied to about it, doesn't that seem interesting? One of Elon Musk's associates, who now holds a high-level government post in the Trump administration, also urged federal employees to push forward, despite being told that his orders amounted to an illegal task, according to audio, which has been leaked, of a meeting obtained by technology publication 404 Media. Thomas Shedd, a former Tesla engineer who is now responsible for heading a team of government coders at the General Service Administration's Technology Transformation Services, explained to employees at a recent meeting how the Trump administration plans to deploy artificial intelligence throughout the government. Now, right there alone, I guarantee there are conservatives that don't want that, who are very uncomfortable because of both the AI overlap to the mRNA cancer shot dynamic that's part of Stargate, or the historical conversation of the Great Reset and where that all goes. I mean, even Musk himself was warning this would destroy humanity, but don't worry, I'll have my good guy version. That's what he's doing. The idea here is that this is not what you were promised. Using artificial intelligence throughout the government was what we were telling you was what the efficiency was really about. And we were called blackpilled. Here we are. Now, Shedd also floated a plan to aggregate employees' personal data in a more centralized and accessible manner. Something one employee later clarified was illegal without the consent of the employees, and rather the people whose data it is, right? It says, quote, I think we are on the topic of login aggregation data. It's an illegal task. This is written in a submission by the employee. Quote, the Privacy Act forbids agencies sharing personal information without consent. You all know this. This is basic. Shedd responded, and this is important, by brushing the concern aside, stating, and remember, this is a leaked audio, so he wasn't aware that you would hear this, stating that the government will, quote, try to get consent, but that shouldn't stop them from moving ahead of the project. That's the kind, this is not unique to left and right, guys. That's your government, always. It says, if we hit a roadblock, then we'll hit a roadblock, but we should still push forward to see what we can do. Things are going to get intense. Yeah, they don't care, guys. That's the point. Well, they'll get it to a point to where they've invested something so they can rationalize, well, we can't stop now. Always how this goes. And lie to you through their teeth the entire way like they always do. Pardon me. Continuing the article, it says, among the plans shared were a series of artificial intelligence coding agents trained on current government code that could write software to streamline government processes. The applications envisioned for such artificial intelligence agents included a centralized database of government contracts that could then be analyzed. So basically getting artificial intelligence to map out artificial intelligence. Sure sounds like the plot of every dystopian movie ever made. The task to revamp the federal government's computer system, however, is well underway, according to new reporting Tuesday from Talking Point Memos. According to the publication, Musk operatives have already pushed extensive code changes to the Treasury Department's payment system, which is responsible for making 95% of the federal government's payments. 95%. So we're talking the entire budget. I mean, 5% of how much they spend is a ton of money, but the reality being that is everything. The entire federal government payments. That includes Israel, by the way. That includes everybody. That's why the US aid point is so important. And I'm arguing, I think what we're seeing is not only the covering up of now what they'll be doing, where you remove the public face of the US aid lie of about it being for humanitarian aid, and just go, well, they're breaking, and then shoving it under the State Department, which is where it already really was, and Marco Rubio, and then going, now we're going to do it for U.S. interests. Well, guess what? They just remove your visibility of what they're doing. That you think that's going to stop? Rubio is explicitly telling you it's not going to stop. Well, a lot of the conservatives that have been lied to by Team Sport Republicans are screaming, US aid is gone. We did it. Winning. As they're literally telling you that's the opposite. We'll get to it in a second. So 95% of the federal funding, guys, this is a coup. We're watching this happen in real time. One of Musk's staffers at his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, which again, 25-year-old Marco Alez, has secured administrative privileges on the crucial system. It says the changes that have been made all seem to relate to creating new paths to block payments and possibly leave less visibility into what has been blocked. Guys, that's exactly what I'm worried about. TMP reported, while noting that it does not appear that any payments have so far been blocked. So what they really seem to be doing is building out the system to where they can do what they want and you can't see it. That's exactly what I think is happening. And stop payments, which could be to Democrat NGOs or anything else. Sort of like the way they censor after what you don't like and then turn around and censor everybody else. And you go, whoa, wait a minute. I only meant them. Oh, too late. You thought it was only going to apply to what you didn't like? That's always how it works. It's just so stupidly transparent. How do we fall for this every single time? Now, this is where it gets truly alarming. This is one that you guys need to read. Even after we talk about it, you need to read this all the way through. Trump administration, digital control grid coming together at high speed. She writes, now that the Trump administration has been in charge of the U.S. executive branch for 2 weeks, here is what appears to be underway. Just 2 weeks, guys. Now, think about anybody else rolling out what you're going to see here. From digital IDs to land, everything. 2 weeks. If it was a D by their name, we would be marching through the streets. Sort of like what happened during COVID-19 when Trump was in power. I made the same point. If Obama had rolled out even a fraction of what Trump was doing, Defense Production Act, that's production martial law, or states of emergency, any number of things, people would have been flipping out. I think there's a reason that these people are in place to keep you pacified. I don't think it's working like it was last time, but the propaganda is far more effective right now. It's hard to see. Where else do you look? They're giving you this fake picture of what they want you to think is happening, and where else are you going to look? You just got to remember that it is a fake information ecosphere right now. Here's what's already underway. 2 weeks. Despite the chaotic appearance, the plan being implemented is highly strategic and has been in the planning stages for quite a while. Looking through the fog of omni-war, because that's where we are, this never-ending war, and that's how they use that, here is what the high-speed building of the control grid looks like so far. Digital IDs. The real ID is being supported with a strong push through the states. The immigration effort also appears to be supporting the combination of digital IDs plus biometrics, which will include, of course, this is the show I did on this main point, the SAVE Act, Real ID, and ID 2020, using two-party illusion and the election to usher in digital IDs. There's multiple ways this is happening. Biden did his side of it with the mobile driver's license dynamic. This is going to fill the other side. That's the way I see it. But either way, it's coming, and they're rolling it out, and they're telling you. And, biometrics with Trump and the biometric wall, it's all the same conversation. Stargate data centers. The Stargate initiative involves the building out of data centers sufficient to support a complete control grid and all digital monetary systems. Also talked about Derek's article, Stargate, Trump partners with Technocratic to promote mRNA injections, AI, transhumanism. Then Stargate mRNA injections. The proposal for personalized mRNA vaccines, in quotes, for cancer and everything else, indicates a plan to roll out the injection program sufficient to implement the Internet of Bodies and continue to lower life expectancy. And then she goes, Stargate funding also helps support the ongoing global rollout of mega vaccine factories, which Musk is a part of with his Tesla overlap with the factories themselves. And that's what we talk about in the show we did here. Donald Trump rolls out the AI biomedical control grid backed by Israel and the deep state. And she also highlights this, which we will talk about in an upcoming panel, I argue. Purdue Engineering launches world's first Center for Internet of Bodies. This is brand new. This was published on the 20th of February. Or no, that's crazy. Where's the date? Right there. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I think this is an older post. Anyway, the one I just have the wrong post. This is about the Internet of Bodies. The point is, one of the things she shared, I'm not going to try to find it off the top of my head right now. The point was about this and a new angle of this coming out. But we've already covered this extensively when I just covered this, saying Internet of Bio Nano Things is upon us. This one was from Purdue. Internet of Bodies is formed when the Internet of Things meets the human body to transform it by empowering humans. Internet of Bodies represents a network of tiny devices on, around, or in the human body comprised of functions like sensing, analytics, communication, actuation, powering, and harvesting. That's where this is going. And the point that she's referencing in this is that's being built out now. Switching fiscal control to central bankers. The Doge takeover of Treasury payment systems, combined with the purge of the civil service, is designed to end congressional control of fiscal flows and policies. Now, right there, you may go, good, Congress is corrupt. Well, I agree Congress is corrupt, but that centralizes power in other people that most argue are also corrupt or simply part of the same establishment. Even if you disagree, you're still talking about a centralized power. That's not what you would be asking if you believe in any of the principles they're laying out, any of them. And it goes on to say, this leaves what they're doing right now, the New York Fed and global central bankers in complete control of the fiscal line. So if you're listening, conservatives, Republicans, is that what you want? The idea is that we're supposed to be going away from that control structure. Yes, I know they were floating and the Fed like they did last time, by the way, but that's not happening right now. So at this moment, what they just did with the takeover of Treasury, with few people controlling that now, leaves the New York Fed and global central bankers in complete control of the fiscal line. She knows what she's talking about more than anybody in this financial field. As a practical matter, she writes, Musk and his team and whatever private companies and foreign governments are now sharing those data have replaced the executive branch and Congress in terms of control and operation of the fiscal side of government. Very well articulated. That terrifies me with even the possibility that he is being puppeteered by somebody else, which I've seen more consideration of that idea than ever today. Apply it to everybody equally, especially when they're being tapped and basically controlled in 1,000 different ways by the people we're concerned about. They have replaced the executive branch in Congress in terms of control and operation of the fiscal side of the government. Gosh, that's just so incredible to me. Social credit system. It looks like the Doge takeover of the systems is setting up the infrastructure to start a social credit system using federal payments. Hate crime accusations and entrapments are designed to assist here. And I have a point about that in a second. We all see this happening, right? With the conversation of anti-Semitism. It's the same objective from a different flavor. Crypto push. The testing of an all-digital transaction system continues using private cryptocurrencies, while a regulatory framework for crypto is being put in place, and stable coins are being used to significantly improve the dollar's ability to dollarize the emerging markets. Land grab, one I find incredibly frustrating, seeing as how more than anybody, the very people not talking about this right now are the ones calling it out. Oh, and this is important for the long picture. One of the big goals is to use Bitcoin as a Ponzi scheme to swap for real assets 500 trillion of land and minerals, as Howard Lutnick puts it. If mandated, government purchases can run up the price of Bitcoin, and then the 2% who own 70%, when I argue it's actually more consolidation than that, of Bitcoin can swap their Bitcoin for land on a secret tax-free basis. They can achieve MBT, the real core of MAGA, make billionaires trillionaires. Think about it. I mean, what you're saying is very clear. Just because, the ultimate idea being the larger land grab dynamic, and we're not even to the Gaza part yet. It's about simply using this as a way to sort of swap what she argues are not real things for tangible assets in one of the largest land grabs, or, what was a better word for it? But land grab is exactly what it is, but they're one of the largest transfers of wealth in human history. More so than even COVID-19, understand. Gaza genocide. To build part of that control grid, they need to move the Palestinians out to Jordan and Egypt to continue to genocide them. Either way works for their plan. Either way, it appears they believe they need Gaza and the land, the water, and the oil that's in the area and the gas to complete the control grid. So the Palestinians need to go. So think about that in the larger picture. So if you are of the mind that Israel's not our concern, okay, fine. I think you're wrong. But realize that what they're doing there, now that Trump has made that point, is absolutely part of your concern. And it seems to be the central location for the new Technate. Marketing. A wide variety of ridiculous cultural, and this, I love this part because this is what few people have the courage to call out. A wide variety of ridiculous cultural and unethical medical schemes have built up hatred to a fever pitch. And logically so, right? She's saying these are understandable reasons to be angry, but this is the point. They've been done. And I'm of the mind, and I think she's saying the same, that these have been almost allowed to be that ridiculous. Whether the woke politics, so that we're so over it, so angry that we see what we're dealing with now. 70 plus genders, transgender kids, late term abortions, money laundering, NGOs, destructions of women's sports, to name a few. And she goes, doing lots of different actions to cancel all of those things is so delighting Trump supporters that they have failed to notice the shredding of the Constitution and an illegal coup. That's what she calls it. This is combined with cryptocurrency speculative profits and massive entertainment pumping through TV and the internet. To further support the coup and inspire the crowd to despise and or ignore any liberal or a person who tries to warn them that Doge's access to and the use of Treasury's payment systems and other actions underway are massive violations of the Constitution and laws in general, right? But so for people like us that are nonpartisan are going, whoa, 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 like, I don't trust any of them, but that's a problem. And they go, you're just supporting the Democrats. We all see it. This is how this has been set up. All you have to do is shadow ban and deride anyone who suggests that the proper response is to enforce the law. The marketing pitch is that past lawlessness justifies current lawlessness. Isn't that what we're always talking about? Well, that makes you just the same. You're just as bad. Canceling all sorts of heinous, ridiculous, and wasteful expenditures helps promote this, which, by the way, yes, nobody would argue logically that any of these things should be allowed. Like, the point is, they're ridiculous and heinous. We all agree they should go away. But if you can't now see how these things are being used, I argue set up in order to be removed to justify the next step. I could be wrong, of course, but he just recognize that they're using things you want to go away, in my opinion, to roll out the problem. There is little understanding, she says, that where that cancellation is done illegally, like we're seeing right now, the courts will often reverse it. And it will cost will often be more than the saving. I think that's by design. She says, she continues, the freedom fighting community is betting big on RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard going into the administration, not understanding that they are full on supportive of the land grab in general in the United States, she's pointing to, and the Gaza genocide, which are the big plays, which is why this seems to make sense for them now and why they've all shifted weirdly into the support. Now saying Trump's Iran actions are suddenly good, even though she made a whole point about why they were illegal. Well, gee, who seems to influence that exact change? You know exactly who it is. The administration has done a great job of furthering those two picks while muzzling the freedom-fighting community that is hoping to make progress on health, food, and other selected issues. The control grid and the land grab will override any progress made on those fronts, she says, unless it is stopped, which it still can be. Weather warfare. This is one of the plunderers' aces in the hole. One of the plunderers' ace in the hole. Weather warfare will continue to support the land grab on an ongoing basis and comes with the ability to manipulate the media, old and new, to suppress the death counts. The takeover of TikTok was necessary for this purpose. Now, whether or not you agree, I find it such a breath of fresh air that there are people who are willing to stand back and see this from a nonpartisan view and just criticize government taking actions that seem to lessen your freedom and consolidate power. It's amazing. It's like, why is that even hard for people to do? Because people are choosing team sport politics. This is an ideologue. They believe in this person. So they don't want to acknowledge the problems. That's part of the way this works. The bottom line, she says, this is a coup. Last June, she said on Money and Markets that the leaders of the push for a totalitarian control model and the central bankers had decided to back Trump because he could deliver the conservatives into the model. Couldn't agree more. Just like I think he was tapped for the last time. What is happening now has been in the planning at least since then. Trump and Musk are simply kabuki theater. She continues, what I underestimated was the speed at which they would proceed with a full-on coup. However, given that the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies' clouds have all been digitized and put into the hands of Silicon Valley, a complete re-engineering of the U.S. government through the digital systems is now possible at high speed. So as we've been talking about for a long time, we finally met, the little rubber meets the road dynamic. We are at the point where now they have technological ability to do what they've always been talking about potentially doing. And that's the point she's making, is that's why this is now rapidly rolling out. She says, this is a coup. The goal is to destroy the Constitution once and for all. Now, you may not want to hear that because you believe that Trump and Elon have done nothing but give you lip service about how they love the Constitution while taking very deliberate action that goes the exactly opposite. But they sure as hell keep screaming that. And so if all you want to hear is the narrative, yeah, it's hard to hear that. Maybe they don't even know they're doing it. Sure, I'll give you that bone. But stand back and look. Consider. Everything she's laying out is very easily provable. It's verifiable. It's demonstrably happening in front of you. You have to see how this is the opposite of what we would say in any apolitical sense. Just talking about having an apolitical conversation about the Constitution, you would never say, yeah, let one person control all of that. You wouldn't. It says, if they succeed, the central bankers will have complete control. As Bank for International Settlements general manager, Austin Carstens has openly described. We played it many times. He's simply saying that this money is programmable, traceable, trackable, and that they can stop people from using it should they want to. Paraphrasing. That's where we are. That's what they're doing. She says, my recommendation to all of us is to bring as much transparency to this as quickly as possible and implement whatever is possible in your state to protect the Constitution and individual sovereignty. Just absolutely nailed it. Very important article. Make sure you read this for yourself. Now, 7Cs adds another part to this, coming off of Just a Thought post, which, by the way, she's working on an article for TLAV right now. The Abraham Shield Plan is a, quote, strategy proposed by Israel's coalition for regional security that effectively establishes a technocratic transitional government in Gaza. Well, look at that. Where all cash is abolished. Sound familiar? Look at that. The Abraham Shield Plan, a coalition for regional security, is a new Israeli political security initiative that paves the way for the state of Israel to emerge from wars of attrition to a reality of security, stability, and prosperity based on the current regional opportunity. It says now the historic mission of the state of Israel is to translate its tremendous military achievements, of course, if we're pretending that's what's happening, into a political turning point. One that will break the Iranian stranglehold. They can't ever let go of their agenda, leverage the current regional opportunity, and create a new regional order. A new regional order in the Middle East. Number one, closing the front in Gaza, returning all hostages, establishing a technocratic transitional government in Gaza, and regionally led de-Hamasification. And we'll get to that. Well, maybe not even today. We'll see I think we'll have time, but the point that, Israel funded Hamas right up until October 7th. I can't believe we still can't honestly have a conversation about that. Which just shows you how dishonest it all is. Cash in the Gaza Strip will be abolished. Zero cash and an advanced mechanism of monetary supervision will be implemented. Maybe a world coin, perhaps. Maybe some new tether stable coin. Who knows which direction they're going to go. With crisis comes opportunity, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste. And it says, don't forget, this isn't the first time that Israel has been on the forefront of the technocratic state, as AI-created mRNA technology is completely intertwined with this vision. Pfizer used Israel as its world's first laboratory to study its COVID vaccines. See what's all coming together. Now, we can read about this plan. Very public, not new. Now, 7Cs adds they will be installing the technate in the Middle East and putting a digital boot on the devastated people of Gaza. For those unaware, this is essentially an idea that replaces all major institutions in the public and private sector under the control of a Soviet of technicians, as referred to by Thorstein Veblen over 100 years ago. That's why it was Soviet. Now, I'm going to include this because it's really important. This show has a lot on this very point. But this was on the 8th of January this year. As Israel's globalist ambitions become clear, whether that's greater Israel, but it's much more than that too. Team sport Republicans endorsed North American Union. Somebody like a Jones who have been publicly stating to fight this their entire career suddenly can't seem to see it. And look, I mean, it's exactly this is the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. This is a New World Order map. These, and again, the one that I don't happen to have. Actually, let me see if I can get that tweet to come up. There we go. I think that's it. Nice. That is it. Decentered News again. Make the American Technate great again. So this is the Technate of America. Just so happens to be exactly what Trump has accomplished. Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Panama. Wow. What an utter coincidence. You know how hard it would be mathematically to make that coincidence? I mean, guys, that's wildly naive to think that all just became a coincidence. You could argue Trump doesn't know what he's doing. That's not hard for me to wrap my mind around. But it's clear what's happening. This is what's happening. And they're hiding that, I would argue. Add these for you. Important to remember where this comes from. Now here, what we're seeing is they're implementing what Catherine was talking about in Gaza, as she highlights. And now we're seeing the rollout of this, basically a plan, just like the island point, that Israel had already rolled out under a different name at a different point, and now we're just watching it play out. So keep an eye on this, because I think this is what's going to start to happen. Now here's Ynet News. Abraham Shield plan is roadmap for meeting the regional dynamic after the war. February 22nd, 2025. Look at that. A comprehensive strategy proposed by Israel's Coalition for Regional Security aims to stabilize the Middle East through Saudi normalization, Palestinian separation, and united front against Iran. So the Abraham Shield plan, guys, is just the same thing that they have been rolling out over and over from different. They want to get rid of the Palestinians. Now, of course, you could argue from their perspective, this is about just the end game of their Zionist, racist, colonial project. But overall, I think there is the element. I mean, they're not like absent from all the bigger conversation of what's going on with technocracy or whatever the other government agenda is. So I think it's intertwined. I think it's one and the same. I mean, how do you not see what's going on in Trump's administration? So I think this is the rollout. This is globalism. This is technocracy. It's happening in front of us. And now we're watching. I could be wrong about those points, but we are watching this transition happen in this government right now. And I don't know how we could ignore how clear those 2 points are. So what we're seeing is this rolling out, and they are all on it. Now, let's not forget Palantir, who's also a central technocratic artificial intelligence surveillance aspect of Trump's administration, embedded like a tick in that administration. This is the Citibank to Obama's administration. That's Trump's right here. They already are working with Israel on the genocide. Since January 12th of 2024, Alex Karp is adamant about it, openly threatening people. I mean, this guy is a lunatic. Peter Thiel, a little more soft-spoken, but just as concerning. So I don't want you to miss the obvious genocide that the world is aware of. They're a central part. They are training their artificial intelligence. So here's what I want you to think about in that concept. Essentially, since the overlap with Pfizer and the shots and all of that, is to consider if they're doing this and they're training, and we now see them rolling out their $500 billion their AI infrastructure program with Stargate. We know that Elon Musk, as I said, was working with the National Reconnaissance Office, which is like the most shadowy element for the most part that does surveillance even for the NSA. And he says, you cannot hide because you're being constantly looked at. He says, we'll work with Elon Musk to work out the artificial intelligence. That's what we're seeing. Your control structure. And that was under Biden's administration, by the way. If that doesn't make sense to you, then you're not paying attention because it's not about the two parties. The point, though, is that they're using the genocide to train their artificial intelligence programs, which, by the way, is going to come back to you. That's how this is going to work. So I want you to hear what he just said, Alex Karp. And also the point being, I thought I had I must have accidentally closed that. Here, I'll grab Oh, I think it might be in the other part of the show, but I'll just grab the lavender since the other one's there. Or even just both so you can see them. Point being, the first one from 972 magazine was entitled A Mass Assassination Factory. Inside Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza. That was the Hapsora program, an artificial intelligence program. This one, Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. Now, that was April 3rd, 2024, right? Knowing that they joined January 12th, 2024, I think what happened was they were working with Hapsora, November 30th, 2023. Now, maybe they were secretly working with them. We didn't know that. My point, I think they were working with this program. Palantir saw an opportunity to train their program with the genocide, jumped over, made a deal with them, and now here's Lavender. Now we're focusing in on individual. That's what it was. Now, that's my opinion on the process, but we know they're working on this, and we know it's a genocide, and the world can see it, and these people are working with the current administration. Now, here's what he just said, and this is absolutely crazy to me. This guy's sitting at a meeting, and there are public investors on the line, and this is what he says.
Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places.
Israel.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner, and we're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I mean, who says that? I mean, regardless of whether you're doing, you don't, that's not, see, my opinion is that's something that is important for them to make clear for the, like, there's a reason that's being stated. In any normal, it's the same point I make about politicians, right? Where, you know, historically, it's that they'll basically say whatever they need to say. Principles be damned, facts be damned. We'll convince you to vote for me. That's it. That's how we always have seen that. They're shameless that way. And it varies on some are more honest than others. Then all of a sudden, post October 7th, we started seeing politicians go to their own constituents in the halls of Congress, going, "We don't care what you think. You're not, you go to Hamas, go to Gaza." I'm going, whoa, those are people that might vote for you. So you either don't care that you might lose their votes, or you're aware that you don't even need them, right? There's a couple ways to see it. In this case, you're talking about investors who probably in any historical context of business, you don't want them to know they might have a moral issue, and they might be like, well, I don't want to invest in this because I don't want to kill people. Even if you think that business people don't care, the point is you just don't go in that direction because it's bad for business. But he comes out and states that and sometimes kill people. I think there's a reason for that, guys. I think we're not only watching this very rapid shift in moral ambiguity, and more ambiguous, also just that it's in the interest of a foreign government to kind of collapse the impression of this fake already impression of world-based order. The idea that I think Americans are largely good people. That's my opinion. I'm sure people, my point is because it's the only reason I say that, and I do generally think that anyway, is that they have always tried to convince you that they're doing good. Why would they do that if they thought we all didn't care? It's because they need you to think that, because I think that's what we all collectively generally want. So they pretend to be fighting for freedom and democracy. I mean, you could disagree. I think the point, though, is that this is trying to shift that for the benefit of somebody else. Now here, just by the way, actually, let's do this first. Paulie points out, a lot of people don't understand that Peter Thiel's company, Palantir, also Carps, actually kills people. Like he was just saying, I think that's why she's posting this. This is the point of their technology. Also, Joe Lonsdale, Alice Karp are part of Palantir. Remember those names because they are part of the tech bro takeover of the United States. And she points out they're killing people in Ukraine. They're killing people in Israel. and for the U.S. Army, wherever they want. It uses Palantir software to transform how it uses data and AI to perform missions and make decisions. So if, hypothetically, Palantir is an extension of the Israeli overtake of our technology, and now we're rolling out AI throughout, I mean, can't we at least ask these questions? I mean, how clearly we can see the Israeli Unit 8200 startup dynamic that they've proudly pointed out, and how many of our politicians are just ignoring any of the risk because Israel is our ally. There's clearly been a co-option here. They have been taken control of. And now we're watching these things roll out. I mean, this is the point of no return here, guys. And here's what Peter Thiel, as you've seen before, said about Israel when asked, because I think there's an obvious issue here. Or places we can't mention, he says. Out of all the things he lists off, we all know what's going on. It's a public contract, but he says places we can't mention. He means Israel. And here's how Peter Thiel responds.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence, or lavender, by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all of the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel, because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for
Yeah, that's clear.
us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and that's
Wow.
sort of the perspective I come back to. And if I fall into the trap of arguing you on every detailed point, I would actually be conceding the
You would lose, and people would see that you're lying, and that's why the people like you don't like to get in point for point, because it becomes transparently clear that you're just simply repeating Israeli Hezbollah talking points.
broader issue that the Middle East should be micromanaged from Cambridge, and I think that's just simply absurd.
Of course, he would have lots to say if it was a group that he didn't like committing genocide anywhere else.
And so I'm not going to concede that point. And what was the other?
Obviously. Now, the bad quality video here, but you guys have seen it before. That is definitely real. Now, to overlap this, right, with the obvious issue is clear, I think. I mean, I'm sure people watching might disagree with what's going on, but all I ask is that you consider and keep an eye open for that problem that I hope I'm wrong about fleshing out in front of you. But on top of that, what I'm seeing is, like we talked about before, the way that they're keeping people from looking at it. The show we just did, under a thin veneer of fighting left politics, Trump and Musk play the American people. I think that's very clear right now. Now here's Jones saying, Alex Jones predicts a globalist cyber attack on government payment systems to be blamed on Musk. That's quite the prediction. Sort of sounds like you setting up the narrative for what's about to happen. I mean, how would you possibly know what they think about it? If you go and watch for yourself, there is no evidence as usual. It is predicts a globalist cyber attack, okay, on government payment systems. Weird how right now they're centrally controlling all of that, almost as if they're setting something up to be blamed on somebody, or rather to cite that, make it look as if Musk is being blamed. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I would know like he's pretending right now. My point is, we should wait to look for facts. But what's funny to me is we just talked about this the last show. I was making the same concern before I even read more into it today, which is that, okay, wait a minute. You've got them, a few people with no oversight that have now taken control of $6 trillion, 95% of federal spending, right? And over the last so many days, he's been doing the same thing. Democrats seem to be going after the, basically continuing to insinuate that there's going to be an economic collapse all of a sudden. And I pointed to I think there was 3 or 4 other points that weren't even related to the Treasury part. I'm thinking, well, time out. All these financial moves being done by Musk and Trump, and you're going to point outwardly? I mean, it's certainly possible. But just like he framed an upcoming false flag inauguration, or the drone 75 different stories, or any number of other false claims that get put out that we never check him on. The point is, ultimately, if you're already framing this out as going to be blamed on Musk and as something, well, you are setting up, that's like coming out and saying that if there's an attack in Syria, we know it's Assad and chemical weapons. This guy has become the mainstream media. The right, in many ways, has become the left today. Fake news, false flag, or, what was the other term? It's just funny to me. They've become the very thing that they always point out. You're just simply taking, not this exact hypothetical guess, but corporate media. You're literally reporting what the government says is happening, but because you're framing the current power structure as the rebel, the not totally at the current highest level of power, you just pretend like you can just slice them. That's you citing the government, and you are the corporate media. This is setting this up, in my opinion. My opinion. But watch, we'll see what happens. If all of a sudden we have some major financial false flag, or rather just financial thing that happens, and they're like, we told you. Well, we don't know anything yet. All we had was your narrative. So now they're going to go, it's not Musk because he said they were planning to blame them based on literally nothing but out of thin air. Greg Reese, who used to work with him, simply says, and the word I don't like, the retards really believing this BS about the deep state being defeated. It's wild to see. And this guy says, Alex Jones says, we're winning. Alex is with them. Greg says, clearly. I just thought that was interesting. 30 seconds ago, they were working. I mean, it was Alex Jones was trying to make it seem as if they were on the same side. Clearly, they do not see this. What I find telling is how many people keep falling off of that group and then go like a problem, criminal, liar, right? True Stream people, David Knight. I mean, I've got the clip I played before. There's so many of them have left and gone like, that's, Richard Grove. The same, not honest. Could just lurching into any story based on a partisan narrative without any facts to back it up. Exactly. Greg Reese also says the deep state is not being defeated. That's an obvious lie. It is revamping itself. Out with the old, in with the new. Now, it's his opinion, right? Just text on Twitter. Just think about it. Because what we just showed you, I think, is evidence that supports that very point. Pretty sure it's not defeating the deep state when you can literally see some of the most obvious examples of what at least I would see as the deep state being empowered by all of this. Shannon Joy, same point, says, I don't think people realize how dangerous Doge is, especially conservative Inc., meaning like, teams for Republicans. She goes, they seem to think Trump is dismantling the government, but he's not. He's consolidating it and handing extreme power to unelected and unaccountable global oligarchs. Now, just because you might think those global oligarchs, or, what she's referencing is the Musks and the billionaires, are trustworthy or on your side or do what you like, same point as before. If you truly believe in the principles you're laying out, the Constitution, for example, or just like libertarian ideals, or the idea of just democratic ideals, whatever you think, my point is none of that aligns with giving consolidated power to unelected oligarchs. It's just amazing how you can convince people that this is freedom and democracy or whatever you think when they're doing the exact opposite in plain daylight. Now, Bob gets it. Bob Moran says, and this is a clip of Donald Trump. So, and it's a nice clip just because there's kids, it's friendly, if you're not like desperate to hate Donald Trump, it's a nice clip. It's nice to watch. And I completely agree with what he's doing right here. And I do say that in tweet. But this is Alex Phillips saying, giving girls back their safety, their integrity, their sports. No, I'm not crying, honestly. And it is nice. It's only about 2 minutes, but they gather around and he's being really nice and cute to them. Like, and it's a cute clip. My point is that if you can put aside your absolute hatred for the person, which I think is important, not to all, I don't hate them as personal. I even hate using the word hate, honestly. I think they're criminals. I think all of them are very problematic, but it's unhealthy to have that kind of, the point is that's the Trump derangement syndrome that both sides of the paradigm are obsessed with. They either hate him and they ignore everything, or they love him and ignore everything. But as Bob says, here's your guy keeping girls safe. The same guy who plans on injecting them all with AI-assisted mRNA poisons ASAP. So now, when your hearts explode halfway through a race, at least they won't be overtaken by a massive hairy man. And that's what really matters. Now, he's being facetious, but his point is the same. I guess I would argue if you actually put him to serious back and forth, that we both would argue that this is still a good thing. This is where I think Bob gets it. That this is being, I argue, allowed, something that's already clearly collapsed for the most part, to be propped up, to be brought down for this very transition. Either way, regardless of whether I'm right about that, what he did was good. But the point is, if you're trying to pretend like he's keeping your kids safe, you have to look at the full picture here. I think that's important. So I agree with, and my reason I say he gets it is because I'm seeing a large transition of a lot of these things taking down or going after or attacking woke politics or just making Democrats look bad in lieu of the bigger picture. I think it's everywhere you look right now. And I said, Bob sees it. We're being played. And that's no way, and that is in no way suggesting the move was bad. It's fantastic. Long overdue, in fact. Both things can exist simultaneously. They're using the fight against already collapsing woke politics to usher in technocracy. And I linked to the show from Musk and Trump playing the American people. This guy, I just thought this was hilarious. I'll just read exactly what I said because I'm not sure if this is a bot or not. He says, doing other things wrong doesn't mean he didn't do the right thing in this instance. I said, okay. I literally highlighted exactly what I said, agreed. Especially since that is exactly what I wrote. I'm guessing this is either a bot or you partisans are not even reading before jumping to write the expected pre-prepared partisan response to what you assume somebody's trying to say. It's exhausting, quite frankly, literally the point. He didn't respond. But I mean, think about that. I literally said, there's no way, this is not to suggest that it was bad. It was fantastic, long overdue. Both can be simultaneously. And then he literally just goes, it's just funny to me. What do you think? I honestly, when leaning towards the fact that he just looks at this and says, Bob sees that we're being played, and then just lurches into the thing because he assumes that what I'm going to get at is what other partisans are saying. Nope. We exist outside the partisan game, and that's why it's easy to see that you're all being played, at least in my perspective. Honestly, guys, that's not some like we're hype or, I think that's most people today. Like we're not some elite club that sees through it. And I think most people do. And that's what's important to recognize. And I of course could be wrong. But I'll always point to the few times in the past that I've made those claims, and I'm pretty sure I've turned out to be correct. COVID-19, Israel, I think we're obviously there in both cases. But another example, this is Chuck Schumer saying, an unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government. Okay, well, I don't agree with exactly the way you framed that, but objectively speaking, we're highlighting the same thing, right? That an unelected entity is basically conducting a coup of the government. Now, I'm arguing that this person, Chuck Schumer, is either very aware of that and putting this out for exactly the point I'm making right now, or that he is just trying to just kind of throw a wrench in the works because he's of the old guard and this is the new. But once it all happens, they'll both be on the same side anyway. You can decide. I could be wrong, of course, but I think the funny point of this is that that's what's happening. Like what you're seeing is a major and obviously illegitimate move, even if you think it's for a long-term positive outcome. So what's funny is that because Chuck Schumer said it, therefore you can't even think for half a second that maybe that's accurate. And then, of course, look, Alex Soros reposted it. And that's the funny point. Is Zero Hedge goes, you got to be kidding. Because that just confirms all of my biases, right? Which is so stupid. Because Alex Soros retweeted it, it's the same point. It doesn't mean it's not true. You guys are so transparently binary. The Solar Report says that's the problem. The last government was lawless, so now it's cool for this government to be lawless. America's social media promoting the idea that lawlessness is cool, fashionable, abrogating contracts is cool, genocide is cool, AI bots teaching that killing people and taking their land is the latest style, and real men don't bother with law. She totally gets it. The killers are drunk. The killer's drunk is on. Drunk is on. Excuse me. The bottom line is that using the idea that if Democrats say it, that the opposite is true, and it seems to work for some people. Doesn't mean it doesn't, like the point could be that Democrats say it and it could be the opposite true. But to assume that is my point. You can't just blindly go along with the partisan assumptions. You are going to be misled. That's how it's applied. Jason Bassler puts a meme out and says, hey, look, they're doing the meme again. An old meme he's put out in the past. It's called controlled opposition, Jimmy. Basically, they make one side of the government so terrible that people flock to the other side of the government to protect them from the bad side of the government without realizing that they're all on the same side. And then the bigger part is that flip-flops, depending on when they want to use it. Jason sees it. It's been around for a long time. Now, obviously, there's an endless amount of reasons, especially when you stand back and make it just about the government as far back as you want to look. But just taking this administration, we're 2 weeks in, guys, and they've already put out blatantly, embarrassingly false information. And I got to be honest, the way that it's done, I kind of think they wanted it. They knew it would be a lie. I don't know what the real objective is, and doing something they know will be called out for a lie. I could be wrong. But it's just incredible that anybody is taking anything at face value, or that we're being told Doge is slashing this and this program or U.S. aid funding here, when they keep getting caught blatantly making things up. And that's obviously not unique to the left and right. That's all of our government. But as you can, in case you forgot, because it's still being pointed to by Elon Musk, which tells me that there is an agenda to keeping it going. But the Gaza condom story, in case you missed it, is spectacularly false. And not only did Trump reiterate it in front, what is that room again? I mean, this is at a major event. People around him, guards there, and he speaks the same lie. And Dropsite News says, turns out the United States did send $50 million for STD prevention, which turns out that it wasn't even condoms in this case. Just so happens that it was sent to Gaza in Mozambique, the country located on the southeastern coast of Africa. Hamas in Gaza, Palestine did not receive $50 million worth of U.S. condoms from that grant, like President Trump suggested in this very clip, or that Kellyanne Lee, or what is it? I'm forgetting her name lately. I got to get used to her. Oh, well, this woman. It's Kellyanne Leavitt, right? Levitt. The point is obviously that's wrong. And so she stated it because she was handed a piece of paper that she dutifully repeated. That's what her job is. Donald Trump repeated it because I think that's the agenda. Or maybe he did the same thing. Just like Biden with the baby's beheaded point. Just like Trump just also, again, did with Netanyahu standing next to him. Are you starting to get the synergy here? That our U.S. presidents just do what they're told by the Israeli government? How do you miss this? And the bottom line is, this is about Gaza. It's the same point. And this was a lie. Now, you can even look down here to one of these other posts trying to, oh, here it is. Here's the contract. Nope. Even Twitter says, nope, that's fake. You're misinterpreting what it says. And it was for Africa. And then if you read even further on this, which we did, it's clear that that's not even the full picture of what went even to Africa. And they just lied about this, guys. Now, look, I'm in no way saying that there is no misappropriation of funds, or rather that they're using U.S. aid to do woke politics around the world. But the bigger picture is that that's all it means to an end in and of itself, because that is for regime change. So as we get to the U.S. aid point, don't forget that it's not about left and right. And like even highlighting the idea that U.S. aid funds predominantly left-leaning. If that's all that you're focused on, I get why you're being played. You have to realize that you think they care about the politics. They're using that as a Trojan horse for regime change. Now, what's hilarious is that that's now being acknowledged by the people that are calling this out. But then yet you can't stand back and go, oh, but we're going to pretend that they were doing it for woke. So they're going to change that government to make sure they push pronouns. You know, realize how silly you sound? Like that is obviously an agenda. And yes, it's overtaken things, and it's important to highlight. But just take a look at what they accomplish. What has been the outcome of these regime changes, right? They use the political spectrum to insert themselves. And here's the bigger point. Many people that are deployed for those things do believe they're doing that. So that's the cover story. And the CIA works through that to execute regime change for the government agenda. But you're back here fixating on the fact that they spent millions of dollars to send woke pronoun book studies to some group. Yes, that is crazy. And yes, the money shouldn't be spent, but that's not what they're doing it for. I would say that's my opinion, because that's fair to say, but I think that's provable. You can look at what's been going on. But so back to this point, they lied to you about Gaza condoms. Why do you think that is? It's about framing it as woke politics, DEI, fighting the Democrats, and lying about it in order to distract you. They followed up even and said the Guardian's report on this. And of course, the Guardian, therefore Democrat, therefore we know it's real. That's the lazy kind of logic we're seeing. I don't even know if you can call that logic. It's already very provable that this wasn't the true story. So the Guardian simply highlights that. It doesn't make it invalidated. It says he debunks Trump's press secretary day one about U.S. planning to send $50 million to Gaza for condoms. Not a penny of the $60.8 million in contraceptive and condom shipments funded by the U.S., which is crazy, by the way, that's even a thing. We all agree with that, I think. None of it went to Gaza. In fact, the accounting shows there were no condoms sent anywhere in the Middle East. That's my point. So they took this, and I'm very convinced about this, but let me be clear, this is my opinion. I think the reason they pointed this out, they saw a Gaza overlap. They knew it wasn't for Gaza Hamas. In actual, they knew it was Africa. And I think they, for whatever reason, were pressured to do it, or they decided to do it, and they did it for this reason. because this is it's a part of government propaganda from Israel. Using condoms for kites and attacking. Let's not forget, Hamas is funded by Israel right up until October 7th, okay? So whether or not that's real or not is for you to decide. But there's been a propaganda push to claim they're using these things, right? So people like Libs of TikTok were like, oh my God, we know it. See, this is why. And they put it all together, even though it wasn't real in the first place. But we are the media now, right? Did you even check? Did you even care to look? Or did you just blindly take what the government press secretary said out loud? You know the answer, guys. But they're the media now. Okay, so the point is that clearly there was none sent anywhere. So not only was it not to Gaza, but it wasn't even condoms. So they took a story that just connected to Gaza, Mozambique, Africa, and just goes, well, it's contraceptive. Let's just pretend it's condoms, and then we can claim it's Gaza, and then it'll overtake the news cycle. And some people will pretend that's why, because bombs. And then it becomes this whole, we have to dismantle the aid structure. And all you're really doing is consolidating it for Marco Rubio, continuing regime changes, and hiding what they're doing from now on. Seems a little bit simple, doesn't it, when you really think about it? But here she is, smugly pushing the lie that this is happening because she doesn't know, or she does and doesn't care. Libs of TikTok happily sharing the lie. And by the way, still right there, no addendum, no, hey, I was wrong, nothing. Because these people are not interested in informing you. Shouldn't have to make that clear. And then here's Musk yesterday. Now, 2 points to make here. One, he's still pushing that lie. But of course, you could argue he's just trying to be funny. And if that's the second point, is that seems to be a tactic that's very commonly used today. Oh, we're just trolling. Like we were just trolling about the Greenland Canada thing, but now it's totally real and it's all about freedom. But but maybe tomorrow, no, we're just still trolling. We tricked you. Oh, is that how that works? It's a troll until it's literally at your front door, or and they would swear that you got tricked until it happens. Then they'll convince you the very next day that it was always the plan and you got tricked by us telling you were tricked. So you get the point. It's about playing it in a way that nothing means everything and everything means nothing. You can lie up until the point it happens, so people don't know, they're not sure. So my point is, he comes out with this and says, this meme goes deep. And that shows the Iron Dome, my tax dollars. Which, by the way, it's funny how that doesn't be a problem for you. They were funding an illegitimate thing that doesn't even work ultimately half the time in order to pretend that you're always being attacked. No, we're not worried about that one, though. This one says, somehow also my tax dollars, and that's Hamas firing rockets. And this one says, 2 gay Hamas terrorists having safe sex, yet still somehow my tax dollars. Yeah, you know exactly what he's clumsily referencing right there. He wants you, through the continuation of the story, even though we're just joking about it now, that it's part of the story. 42 million views. You think these people down here are all aware that that's stuff? No, half of them down there believe that that's a real story. That's how it works. Here's another lie. 2 weeks in, guys, and these are only a few of them, by the way. Doge didn't fund $600 million in Pentagon spending on sushi. Now, the problem with this is that now people will see things coming out of Doge and then maybe discount them, when in other cases they are real and should be praised. Now, I don't think any of them care about any of this. Now, this is a fact check, yes, but of course, as you should know by now, that's not what I base my work on. This is simply as a reference point, and then we can do our own due diligence to find out the whole truth. But if your response is to go, oh, it's a fact check, it's your disregard, well, then you're a stupid person. That is about you. Like, the point is always, if you disregard it before looking into it because it's a fact check, then you're ridiculous, right? Or if you blindly accept it without looking further, then you're also ridiculous. It's the way that they keep you. That's how that's how paradigm works. If you dive into this, it's very clear it's not. And the point is, if you thought it was fake right now because USA Today fact check, well, guess what? Twitter also said it was fake. Which, by the way, I think that is absolutely fantastic. Hold on a second. That's why I took a screenshot, because this is how Twitter operates today, okay? Check this out. Let's see if it's still there. It doesn't show it right now. Look at that. Oh, now it's back. I'm telling you guys, this stuff, just like Patrick Hennington was showing you, this is applied selectively, and now it's there. I'm willing to bet you if you look at this tweet, it probably doesn't show up on my side. That's why I took a shot of it. Okay, here's what it says. Major accounts in Elon's orbit are sharing demonstrably false claims about Doge. This is just one of the many, by the way. It's everywhere, just like we've seen over and over on every partisan story the last year. It says this one went viral from an Elon parody account. It's not a joke. So these people are sharing this based off this guy's video, who apparently either didn't know it was a parody account or didn't care. And I said, Either the same thing. Either those guys are that bad at doing due diligence, which, by the way, you should reflect on. We are the media now, or they don't care, or they are trying to deceive you. Never a better time to question everything, guys. That's why I took the screenshot. But here it is now since it popped back up. And this is Wall Street Apes, an account that is, let's see, almost 800,000 followers, who's clearly engaged in with Elon and in that inner orbit. And it says, there are no words to describe this. Doge has found analyzing U.S. Treasury payments, $600 million a year on sushi. The IRS spending $230 million on Starbucks cinnamon roast cups. Now, I'm only addressing the sushi point. I bet you all of this, or at the very least, just it's questionable at this point. But I'm willing to bet you they're probably also false. I mean, let me see the no mention of it in there. Either way, the point is from a parody post. Joke. The claim about Pentagon spending this much on sushi originated from a parody account. There is no credible claims in this report. And search for yourself, as I did. And it says neither Musk nor any official Doge communication has made such a claim. Okay. Here's what the fake post looks like. And it's literally, and this is how this works. It says not Elon Musk, right? But if you just get the share, if you're just looking at it on your feed, you might not notice that. You might see the image or, whatever else. And that, or the guy just didn't care because it got reach. My point is the Wall Street Apes of the conversation, right? That's what I'm talking about. I thought there was one more. The point is you have big accounts like this that lives at TikTok, the rest of them that are engaging with this kind of false information and getting 4 million views. 4 million people shared this, talked about it. I mean, look at the quotes. That's always a good way to look at it. What do you think they're going to say? Even with the fact check underneath it now. What does sushi stand for? I'm not sure what that even means. Do your own research crowd really will just read a post? Oh, good. See, some people are calling it out. I know, I've recognized this person calling it out. Did I read that right? Go through them. You'll see, at this stage, we really should be filing tax returns anymore or paying the federal government property. We should just F the IRS. Taking reaction, changing their lives in direct based on something that's false. Very important to recognize. Now, again, the point being, this guy shared it. Wall Street Apes pointed to it going, oh my God, because no due diligence or because it's just because it's going to go crazy. And even if it turns out to be false, they don't seem to care. It's a profit machine at this point. Telling, isn't it? And this is the post. Good morning. My experience with Doge has been totally wild so far. 600 million on sushi. That's all it is, guys. So not only was it not, this is what's hilarious to me. Not only was it not Elon, but this was taken from a post with nothing. There's no source material. It's just words. And it's not even Elon's account. But you got people getting 4 million views by simply pointing it to, so we knew it, see? I'm telling you guys, I know there are honest people out there that just don't see this stuff. If you're a conservative, you happen to see this, or if you have a friend, share it with them. This is ridiculous that people are willing to, we are the media now with millions of followers who just glean something off the front page of what they thought was Elon and then make an entire grandiose post about it, breaking down every bit of metric. That's crazy. Here's another one. Muhammad Shihada points out, insane how fast propaganda travels. Now, you can't miss how these things seem to be intertwined with Israel. You obviously know why right now. And ask yourself why the America First government seems to be propagandizing for one very clear agenda. He says this cement factory that they're all claiming was a gift from U.S. aid to Hamas is in the West Bank. It's not in Gaza. Never has been. Israel's been imposing a draconian system called GRM, where every single bag of cement going into Gaza came in a truck fitted with GPS and cameras to monitor it. And he says right here, 5-second Google search would have shown you the cement factory is not in Gaza, but the West Bank. But that doesn't stop these people from posting about how they've been giving money to Hamas. Typical. But as I'll get to in a minute, you know who does give money to Hamas? The Israeli government. But they're not going to call that out. All those Republicans are pointing out every little detail, but not when it comes to the provable evidence that they are working with the government that openly funded Hamas right up until October 7th. Here's another one, though. I meme, therefore I am. 722,000 followers. It says, did you know that USAID spent your tax dollars to fund celebrity trips to Ukraine? I'm willing to bet you they probably did in a broad sense based on all the other nonsense. And it wasn't about woke politics. It was about using the whole caravan to hide some kind of regime change tactic, right? And it says, oh, to boost Zelensky's popularity. You mean Zelensky that Trump is still funding weapons and everything, which, by the way, they're all pretending still isn't happening because they claimed he paused the aid. It's like defeating ISIS or leaving Syria. Remember the last administration? They still swear, some people swear that still happened. Literally, Trump just again said defeated ISIS next to Netanyahu, even though 3 days before he bombed ISIS in Somalia. I mean, we got to laugh out loud about how dumb this stuff is. My point, though, is that he's still funding them, even though they pretend it's not the case. He sent, and it was a public story, he rerouted funds and weaponry through Israel, Poland to Ukraine. And Israel's still funding them right now anyway, which if you're funding Israel, which they are, then you're still funding Ukraine. But that's not the point here. The point is, this is a completely made up video. I mean, therefore I am. Either knows that, doesn't care, or never checked in the first place. And apparently E-News is not even, this video has been fabricated to appear as though it came from E-News, but there's no evidence that E-News ever reported that, which you can check for yourself. And then Ben Stiller is one of the people posting this. He's posted publicly that that's a lie. Now, of course, I'm not going to take Ben Stiller's word, or anybody for that matter, neither should you, but that doesn't mean you should assume because he's not a Republican that he must be lying, because that's also just as stupid. Now you can watch this. It's a fake video. It just says, hey, USAID sponsored American celebrity visits. And it shows Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, easy dunks for people that are already going to assume that this is true, right? And how about even if it is true? You're still you're still making up a video to make for a clear agenda, which is what happened here. And none of them checked any of it, or they don't care. I'm willing to bet you, though, that this is all hiding something bigger. That both Biden and Trump's administrations are still allowing to happen through whatever they're still doing. And this is about trying to hide that by kind of overtaking that with this false story. That's what I'm seeing everywhere right now. But as you can see, even Twitter fact check said, nope, not true. And you can check it for yourself. But it's still getting 4.1 million views. We are the media now. Now here's Ben Stiller. And or just somebody else, Sidney Powell, almost 1 million views. Of course, Sidney Powell from Trump's orbit, right? This is the attorney from Trump's side. And she says, here's another one. Digital soldiers, keep them coming. Did she check it? Did she even look? Well, no. She saw the video, and that's one of the people in their orbit, so she shared it without due diligence. Great lawyer, by the way. That's wild. And it says it's a lot of fraud and corruption to pick apart. And people see her share it, and then it's absolute fact. You see how this works? There's an ecosystem here, guys. Also, what's the name of the people who got the money? USAID's apparently been one big slush fund. Yeah, or anything the left wanted. That's the way they play this. Even though it's been a slush fund and a regime change engine for all of our government as far back as you can look. And it's easy to prove. Ben Stiller says totally false, untrue. These are lies coming from Russian media. You see how that works? Which I think is also stupid. So these people are so trapped in their ideological bubbles that one guy's pointing over here about whatever he's claiming from Elon Musk. He's pointing back going, you're Russian media because you're saying the thing we know is Putin. They're all stupid. They're all wrong. The bottom line is they're all trapped in the paradigm. Either way, the point is you argue that Ben Stiller's denying it. Of course, he could still be true and he could be lying about that. The point nonetheless is the video was made up. He says, I completely self-funded my trip. There was no funding from USAID and no personal payments. Okay, so here's the main point. If you're actually honest about this and you're truly seeking the facts and not just looking to high five about some partisan point, wouldn't you demand that they have evidence to back that up? Okay, so the video's fake, right? Okay, well then where's the evidence? Let's find where the evidence is. Is there a USAID post that shows he funded? I couldn't find it. So shouldn't we care that I Am the Media now are putting out stories that we turn and we go, well, I don't see any evidence. Then you get called a Democrat shill because you trust Ben Stiller. I'm not trusting anybody. What I'm looking at is, okay, I don't trust you. I don't trust Ben Stiller. Okay, where are the facts? Oh, it turns out there are no facts. All I'm taking is narrative on one side, narrative on the other. So what an honest person would do is put them both down and go, we don't know. What you're doing is going, no, we do know because I believe that one side. And you're calling us the people that are wrong. Us, the black pillars. Us, that you see at my point? I believe most honest people can see that. So I'm not trusting Ben Stiller, but what we recognize is there's nothing. And all he can do is go Russian media because he's lost in the same game. Now, in regard to that post, or the idea of promoting these ideas, which are fake, Pauly simply says he's doing it on purpose. And this is an important point to think about because he knows that the narrative is everything and that it's easier to plant a narrative at the right moment than to correct one. Thus, he promotes anything which will further his narrative, even knowingly false information, like Visegrad 24 in Venezuela or everything else they post, because it works. Instead of having to correct or deal with a problem like H-1B censorship, or whatever, he just, rape, murder, Europe, make Europe great again. Anything to get you to look, Democrats are bad. And everybody enough people stop paying attention to how he childishly floundered about on Twitter, censoring people that told him he was wrong, and then tried to pretend like it was all a crime. Like what's happening right now. Still wasn't a crime. Those are people who work for the government, but you're still pretending like there's some investigation because you have to hide the fact that you censored people for posting the names of people that were already public because it's putting a spotlight on something you don't want us looking at, possibly the technocratic takeover of this country. Now, here's the important part, though. Insurrection Barbie says the richest man in the world, debatable, obviously, there's arguments about how that's not true, but of course she takes it at face value because Elon said, is working for free in order to stop your government from robbing you blind. Instead of complaining, why don't you just sit down and shut up and say thank you? Wow, we are the media now coming out with some hot-hitting news. Trust the plan. Yeah, that's it. Just be quiet and do what you're told. Freedom, liberty, democracy, rebels, fight the deep state, or completely the opposite. But Insurrection Barbie, with 4 million views and 881,000 followers, her sage advice is to just shut up and do what the government tells you because that's fighting the deep state. I mean, how embarrassing, right? I mean, guys, please, these people need to be called out. But at the end of the day, you're not going to see it because this system is controlling the way. It's obvious to me how this is working. Now, USAID. And I might wrap it after the USAID part, just because I feel like I don't want to go. I want this to get seen. And there's a lot to get to, which we will get to. I mean, it's just crazy. Maybe I'll jump to the end real quick and show you a couple points about the obvious problem of everybody in the current Republican government just meeting with Netanyahu, handshaking like they're at some kind of like they're meeting a superstar, like all smiles and shaking with the largest war criminal on the planet, the most known, most infamous person alive right now, who should be arrested on sight anywhere, and nobody seems to care. Not the EU, they just let it happen. But on USAID, in regard to the fake dismantling of this, as Fiorella Isabel points out, she says, as I stated from the start, the USAID's, quote, dismantling is merely a distraction when in reality it's being repurposed and absorbed to be headed by one of the most hawkish politicians we've had in Congress, who is now our Secretary of State. Now, don't forget, that's the very guy that the majority of the Republicans were telling us would never be in that position. Most of them going, that's never going to happen because he's the wrong guy. That would be what they said, what that one person say? It would be a violation of our, and here he is. And then those same people turn to say why he's the best guy. And that's not the majority, in my opinion. Again, always hear that. I think it's clear that most people are just being quiet or concerned about this. It's my opinion. The people we're pointing out are the large accounts we're talking about, the ones that acted like this was never going to happen. Oh, they're just trolling you, as we kept hearing. Remember? Over and over and over. And now he's here. Now they tell you why it makes sense. She goes, not to mention he's surrounded by Zionists and the aid of one of the world's richest tech oligarchs, backed by the DOD, Pentagon, and Palantir Mafia, whose main goal is to consolidate power via the platform he's, quote, bought. The right is only, quote, waking up to the USAID being a CIA front for covert empire operations engaged in the destabilization of governments the U.S. targets because they can just blame Democrats. Simple. And realize people like us have been screaming about the CIA, USAID, and the National Down for Democracy Front in all administrations, left and right, for decades. Now it's okay and cool and hip because it's only about one side. They're okay giving you limited information, or the same old thing. They're okay if you're asking questions as long as they keep you asking the wrong questions. Or rather, they don't care what answers you find as long as they know you're asking wrong questions. And it says, same as the spineless Dems only focus on immigration when it's Trump's office, right? See, she's nonpartisan, right? That's how that works. Yet few said anything about this imperialist arm before. Clearly, the duopoly is a uniparty illusion behind the military intelligence apparatus, regardless of the new face of the empire. Destiny Resendez, for example, has been doing threads on the USA dynamic for a long time. You know, somebody who's a lot of the people in that sphere respect, and rightly so, because I think she does amazing work. The point, though, is it's right there. It's always been there, but it just doesn't get pointed to. How does that make sense? It's the same thing we're always talking about. And it says, these cheering for the reshuffling of Trump's US aid into Rubio's hawkish foreign policy are cheering for the new phase of the hegemon. It's not over. Just look at their actions via Israel's expansion. LATAM and threats in the form of tariffs or interventions against those defying them. It's a new direction, but the outcome will be the same. Covert operations will become overt via the incoming billionaire tech oligarchy, all present for Trump's inauguration. Meanwhile, as the imploding controlled demolition of industries coalesce under billionaire hands, partly what Catherine Ostrovitz is highlighting, and as Washington continues targeting West Asia, Latin America, and China, propagandized Americans on hopium and the opportunistic mainstream media and the new alternative mainstream media will cheer that the U.S. is finished. Nothing's more marketable than the allure of false hope sold to the thirsty and desperate masses. And while we're likely to get an end to the Ukraine war, which I actually don't think so based right now, but it could go either way. More marketable than as long as we'll likely get into the Ukraine war, it too will reshuffle into another theater. All efforts are to isolate and negotiate the non-aligned, axis, and China will be the key target, especially via isolation. Has it worked? It didn't work, but again, after Syria's fall, all bets are off. True progress arises when we confront reality with honesty rather than masking it with temporary solutions or setting for trivial distractions, settling in the form of scraps. Only then can we finally visualize what's to be done. Buckle up, we're only just beginning. U.S. aid may be reorganized, absorbed, but by the State Department, Rubio says. Now, it's evolved more than that since then. Great analysis by Fiorella. Here's what he just said. One of the many I told you so moments right here that is important to understand and it's not about being right. It's about understanding that it's not that many of us have been telling you we were going to get here. And now when it happens, we go, no, here's the guy. And they go, no, that's not true. And then it happens anyway. Right. So there are people right now arguing this is gone. Even like Ron Paul was making a statement about this, about how good, get rid of it now into the next ones. And I'm like, but wait a minute, man, that's not even what's happening. Here's what Rubio just said.
Well, look, I mean, my frustration with USAID goes back to my time in Congress. It's a completely unresponsive agency. It's supposed to respond to policy directives of the State Department, and it refuses to do so. So the functions of USAID, there are a lot of functions of USAID that are going to continue, that are going to be part of American foreign policy, but it has to be aligned with American foreign policy. I said very clearly during my confirmation hearing that every dollar we spend and every program we fund, that will be aligned with the national interest of the United States. And USAID has a history of sort of ignoring that and deciding that there's somehow a global charity separate from the national interest. These are taxpayer dollars. And so I'm very troubled by these reports that they've been unwilling to cooperate with people who are asking simple questions about what does this program do, who gets the money, who are our contractors, who's funded. And that sort of level of insubordination makes it impossible to conduct the sort of mature and serious review that I think foreign aid writ large should have. We're spending taxpayer money here. These are not donor dollars. These are taxpayer dollars. And we owe the American people the assurances that every dollar we are spending abroad is being spent on something that furthers our national interest. And so far, a lot of the people that work at USAID have just simply refused to cooperate.
Are you currently in charge of USAID?
I'm the acting director of USAID. I've delegated that authority to someone, but I stay in touch with him. And again, our goal was to go in and align our foreign aid to the national interest. But if you go to mission after mission and embassy after embassy around the world, you will often find that in many cases, USAID is involved in programs that run counter to what we're trying to do in our national strategy with that country or with that region. That cannot continue. USAID is not an independent, non-governmental entity. It is an entity that spends taxpayer dollars, and it needs to spend it, as the statute says, in alignment with the policy directives that they get from the Secretary of State, the National Security Council, and the President.
So you get the point? Not only is it not going away, it's going to continue exactly the way it has. You just don't get to see it. And of course, what they're saying is, no, we just want to make sure the dollars are spent in a way that align with what we're trying to accomplish. What's hilarious about this to me is they're literally framing what they're all doing as the justification for the next step. Exactly what I keep seeing. The reality is he's saying these countries are saying they're not even spending it the way they're supposed to. Well, guys, that's the way this operation works. You think when he does this in Iran, they're going to spend the money the way Iranians want? No, it's about regime change. It's about using the current political spectrum to infiltrate so you can carry out regime change. They've basically been public about that. So what's crazy is he's pointing to the countries that he knows they're manipulating and saying they're upset about this, and then saying that's why we're going to use this to further the goals of American interest, which is regime change. So it's a very, very thin veneer of shell game. Like, it's obvious what's happening here if you understand what this has always been. So not only is it not going away, he's now delegated to someone we don't get to know, by the way, which we should be able to. That's how this unaccountable. We are rapidly going in a very dangerous direction. I think just showing you what it's always been, but also the fact that you're talking about the woke politics dynamic, right? Well, I'm not disagreeing with the ridiculousness of a lot of this stuff, but it was a time when that was being used. It was the focal point of a lot of the conversation of the world, wrong, I think wrongly so, but was being done, and then they used that as a way into these countries. I still don't argue at the core point it was about any of that. It was about, like, he's going forward, use it to get his job done. And they'll use their version of politics to get in foot in the door and force this on other people under probably the guise of walking back all the woke politics, and it still amounts to the same outcome. Infiltrating these countries, destabilizing if necessary, spying on them if needed, and regime change when called for. That's what this thing does. And so it's infuriating for us that have been calling this out, for somebody like him, a regime change monster, to step in here and act like they're going to revitalize this, or rather, change it in any meaningful way, if even, in the guise of removing it entirely, which is not even on the table right now. So here's another clip. Speaking with Fox News, here's what he says.
Head of USAID, the head of Doge, Elon Musk, called USAID a criminal organization and added that it is time for it to die.
Despite being funded by it in many different ways. That's the truth. And that's up until last year, by the way.
Do you agree with that?
They have basically evolved into an agency that believes that they're not even a U.S. government agency, that they are out.
Think about what he's saying. That's the point of the unelected power structure, CIA done. I think what they're doing is trying to make you hear that and think, oh, the deep state, we see it. So he's giving you an insight into what they all know it is in order to get you to jump on the name so they can roll away the USAID boilerplate front and then just continue doing what they're doing through the State Department, which is basically the point, is what it's always been. So when they even doing that is making you think something's changing, when all they're doing is showing you the way it's truly operated, which has been a regime change engine.
They are a global charity, that they take the taxpayer money and they spend it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it is in the national interest or not in the national interest. One of the most common complaints you will get if you go to embassies around the world from State Department officials and ambassadors and the like is USAID is not only not cooperative, they undermine the work that we're doing.
Right. So what I get that to be, sort of like he said in the other clip, is that that is the USAID employees, like the ones that called out Samantha Power, going like, I don't know if we can't keep doing this. We're helping we're not helping people like we should. And I kind of laughed. It was sad because that shows you that there are good people that work at these places. They believe they're doing right. Now, I'm not talking about woke politics or just, you got to pull yourself out of that always assumptive partisan lens. The point being that there are people in these groups that just go over, they think they're, helping people in impoverished areas or whatever. And in some cases they are bringing food or whatever else, but it's only a means to an end, is an objective reality. They're using these things to initiate all sorts of intelligence operations. And I argue, I think you can easily prove it, that Israel has used it in the same way, which I think is part of what he's highlighting. But what he's doing there is pointing to those individuals and saying, they're upset because it wasn't even going the way it was supposed to, because they're on the guise that it's about helping people, and they go, wait a minute, we're not even doing this properly. And now just going to use that to make you think they're going to shift it and ultimately do the same damn thing without even those people involved. Just straight up regime change tactics, which, hey, like we talked about Trump in the past, maybe that's a positive at the end of the day. At least we get to see it right on the surface that they're doing what they say they're not doing. Either way, if you think for 1 second that this, I mean, how is it the conversation in on Twitter that it's US aid is gone? How is that even possible? Right here on Fox News.
That country. They are supporting programs that upset the host government for whom we're trying to work with on a broader scale and so forth. So they're completely unresponsive. They just don't consider that they work for the U.S. They just think they're a global entity and that their master is the globe and not the United States. And that's not what the statute says, and that's not sustainable.
Can it be reformed, or does it need?
So that gives you the impression that we're fighting some global deep state. You know, like that's why people are going, and realize the only thing you're getting is a narrative from a guy who is a part of everything we're talking about. Like the Republicans pushed back on when they thought he wasn't going to be there. It's only a troll. So do we know that? Like I'm of the mind that this is definitely how it operates, and that's how they all use it. But just simply pointing and gesturing towards that idea is enough to get people to think that we're dismantling everything and fighting the deep state. It's pretty simple. All I want is people to just wait for facts, wait for real outcome. Not just words from politicians. Somebody already made that point about Gaza. I don't think I'll get to in the next show, where they're going like I made the point about what they're doing with Gaza, you know, with the occupation. And she goes, they've already completely taken away right out from under them. And I'm going, lady, nothing's even happened yet. He made words out loud. Maybe that's what'll happen, but how can you argue that we know the outcome already? Because you've chosen to believe it. And tomorrow, that's like saying, ISIS defeated, we're out of Syria, just because he briefly alluded to those two things. And not even before he started saying them publicly. I'm talking about last administration. That's what keeps happening. And I get it. We want to believe in people, but you can't let it circumvent your logic.
To die.
Well, that was always the goal, was to reform it. But now we have rank insubordination. Now we have basically an active effort where their basic attitude is, we don't work for anyone. We work for ourselves. No agency of government can tell us what to do. So the president made me the acting administrator. I've delegated that power to someone who's there full time. And
why don't we get this name? Why, that's twice now. I find that interesting.
We're going to go through the same process at USAID as we're going through now at the State Department. I think there are some. This is not about getting rid of foreign aid. There are things that we do through USAID that we should continue to do. That makes
right. So it's not ending. In case you missed that already, this regime change engine continues. All they're doing is getting rid of the woke nonsense that nobody cares about, right? See how that works? We're shaving off all the BS that was only there to keep you angry, and we're continuing the real agenda, which is what it's always been for, which allows a lot of them to pretend like we won and it's over. Sort of like when Trump got elected last time, when they were like, we did it! The world's changed forever, we're going to win! And then it just, oh wait, Democrats won again. I don't know how we keep playing this game. Sad thing is, guys, this will not stop. And how much you want to bet the person that we're not hearing probably has some overwhelming connection to a foreign government?
Sense. And we'll have to decide, is that better through the State Department, or is that better through something, a reformed USAID? That's the process we're working through. There are things that are happening at USAID that we should not be involved in funding.
Like all of it, like every single part of it, right? Like, I mean, it's crazy to me. So we just got done hearing from Republicans how this whole thing should go away, right? They just keep and I agree with you, actually, but I kept telling you it's not going away. And you kept telling me I was a liar. Well, here we are, where it's still here. Now, are you going to jump back over and go, okay, well, then you're wrong, Trump and Rubio. The whole thing should go away. Why don't we hear that, since you were just making that point? I think we all know why. The reality is, and to be honest, is going, well, hey, still same point. It's not partisan. All of it should go away. Why are we sending foreign aid to anybody when we're $30 trillion in debt? Anybody, especially a government that doesn't need it, that's also committing a genocide, which is really the only point of this. You know what this is. It's transparent if you're being honest with yourself.
We have a lot of questions about, but they're completely uncooperative. So we had no choice but to take dramatic steps to bring this thing under control.
Do you think that
right. And then when they restructure it, like he's saying, I wonder if that becomes some sort of, APAC ADL monster dynamic. Of course, these are my worries, right? But is anybody confused about who these people are? Their entire history of blindly supporting Israel at all costs to America? Now, don't forget this. I thought this was relevant since we just recently pointed to it, and you also won't be able to find it if you try to search for it under Trump's account. which is totally a coincidence, even though it happens every time with Musk and Trump or the CIA post. They're just not there when you search for it. I'm sure that's just a complete coincidence, right? But this is from 2015, October 13th. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels he can mold him into his perfect little puppet. I agree. Now, remember, Sheldon is the late husband to Miriam Adelson, still the same Sheldon Adelson oligarch, Israeli oligarch influencing nature, which we now remember, if you forgot, Miriam Adelson gave Trump over $200 million at this point for specifically West Bank annexation. Exactly what Haaretz was telling you. Her condition, the illegal thing he agreed to, just like he agreed to the fake deal that's now ending. It's obvious, guys. They're all telling you these things out loud if you listen. So the point, I said, shouldn't this matter right now? Seeing as how Trump is also now an Adelson puppet, and now that Rubio is Secretary of State, and especially since Netanyahu was the first call for one of them, the first meeting for another, and since the West Bank is on fire right now, gee, you'd think these things might be relevant. Pretty interesting. Is Rubio a puppet? Was Adelson bribing him? Or none of those things matter now that you're all on the same side? Partisan politics. Well, Elon Musk does his typical wow just to get it 26 million views because it's something he likes, even though Ted Cruz is a complete moron and like all the rest of them completely bought off and influenced for obviously un-American ideas. He says U.S. aid secretly poured unaccountable hundreds of millions of dollars toward Hamas, including tens of millions of cash they never account for. Throughout the Biden administration, of course, that's what it's all about, even though this goes back well before. As always, they know the money they were pouring into Gaza would benefit Hamas. They did it anyway. Well, do you know who else did that? I'm sure you know where I'm going.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Netanyahu maintains the Qatar money was to avoid a humanitarian catastrophe. Having helped to build up Hamas, Netanyahu has now vowed to destroy it.
He fed the beast, and it exploded in our face. If you base your national security strategy solely on force, then you need to win 24/7 forever.
Sorry, I'm just posting this. Since I thought I had a second, but here, just what all I was doing. For those that haven't seen that, right? Of course, the game at the last point was important as well. Is that clearly you're not fund? You don't send money for aid in a place that doesn't have it. There's a reason that aid gets trucked in by the ton, because it's not there, right? So if you're going to pretend that he gives suitcases full of billions of dollars, even though the former prime minister and former head of Shin Bet in that video admit to you that they did it because they want to separate, they want to keep them divided so they don't accept the two-state solution, right? The point is you don't give them billions in cash for aid. You give it to bribe them. And what do they use it for? Weapons. And that's the point. Here's Elon Musk. Wow, they did the fund Hamas, right? Oh, it's okay. But what about this one? Wow. So did Israel. Did you care about that? That's been public for a long time. Or so did both administrations as far back as you want to look, or both partisan sides. It's just so infuriating. Well, don't forget, Haaretz covered this October 9th. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state, what they always pretended they wanted, has to support funding and transferring money to Hamas. That's part of our strategy. That was on October 9th from a leading Israeli platform, and the entire Western apparatus still goes, la, 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 what are you talking about? That's fake news. You're racist. Or that they continue to fund them because Mossad went to Qatar and said, please continue funding them in 2020. And the evidence goes right up until October 7th, guys. It's transparent. Now, that doesn't ignore the point about funding anything, including Hamas, right? That's the overarching thing. But realize, if you're going to understand why they were doing that and realize that's in Israel's interest, you'll realize quickly that it's not a partisan thing. It's simple. That's how all this stuff works. Now, Blakely here highlights something else that's been going around, which is one of the points that all of these Republican-focused, only one side of the conversation, we are the media now, are completely choosing to ignore, which is that it's not just about, well, really, there's 2 points. It's not just left and right, but also that they're ignoring all of the USAID funding that goes to Israel, which Rubio just told you is totally not going to stop. But see, we're going to selectively ignore that because objectively, that would meet the same criteria that you're outraged about over here. But you're not supposed to be mad at Israel, so you just pretend it's not there. We are the media now. Now it says, reminder that you can't have your student debt canceled, or you can't have your student debt canceled or college paid for because we need to pay for Israel's healthcare and college. This is cultural husbandry. Tel Aviv University received $581 million in taxpayer dollars and spent $441 million on salaries and employee benefits. That's how that works. And this is a pretty public story. Israeli Tel Aviv University receives millions in funding. This is a new report from this is February 7th. This is from today. It's going around. Questions raised over U.S. tax dollars funding. Now, all this stuff is very public. The point is, people are just choosing to not point it, highlight it out, or point it out and highlight it on Twitter because of exactly what you're already thinking. Here's just a bigger story, a bigger overlook, larger, what am I looking for? Higher elevation view. He says USAID funneled hundreds of millions to universities in Tel Aviv, while American students drown in debt just to get an education. Now, it doesn't have to be about while this. It matters, right? Because you can show that Americans are dealing, that should go to Americans. But the point is simply that if we're going to be mad about funneling money outside this country through USAID, are we only mad that they were doing it because of woke politics? Is that really the only thing you care about? Or are you worried about money being spent? That's the guise of it all. And then you just get happy about it. Same point. Not to overdwell on it, that you're being trapped in this logic. And this is, I'm going to go through the actual pages. You can look at this stuff for yourself. But this is just him sharing this point, as well as the larger point. USAID funneled $14.9 billion into Israel-related projects. Meanwhile, Americans are juggling multiple jobs. Same point. But $14.9 billion. This is something that is easily identifiable. The money that went into, and he'll list them all off. You can look this all up for yourself. And I'm going to go into these actual pages about some of these points in a minute. The overarching point, though, is that a lot of this money went for, realistically, you could even argue the same kind of woke politics that are happening inside of Israel. But that doesn't matter, though, because we're not going to call that part of it out. Cat Turd here says, after seeing the now exposed USAID scam, which, by the way, what he means is one torn corner of a page that only focuses on the woke side of one part of one administration, really exposed, which is very easy to see. He says, I'm thoroughly convinced the Democrat Party is pure evil. I just said, do you really think your audience is this stupid? The last Trump administration used USAID for numerous failed regime change efforts. And USAID funds media on all sides of the false paradigm. But don't let the facts get in the way. Don't ruin your partisan grift. It's effing insane that this is working on anybody. Just to give you those points, again, I've gone over this stuff extensively over the years, but just to give you the points, and you could look further for yourself. Syria. Leaked documents now show the propagandist Syrian Emergency Task Force, the SETF, organization was financed by the CIA, proxy, USAID. And who else was involved in the Syrian regime change? Right. Left and right. Trump's administration, but it's not just about Trump, guys. That's the point, is that's what's being ignored right now. So don't hear it as it's about highlighting the fact that it's a bipartisan, just your government funding whatever they need. And part of that agenda was to get woke agendas flooded throughout the conversation for whatever reason. I'm arguing it's because bringing them down drives in this next point. $153,000 from USAID. You can read about it for yourself. David Miller pointing out the same thing. Here is Bolivia. We've talked about a lot. This is back in 2013 when he's saying this, but remember, he got regime changed under Trump. Former President Bolivia, Evo Morales, He says, we have decided to expel USAID from Bolivia. Remember when they used to say that that was proof they were terrorists, right? And what did I say? No, it's because they recognize there's regime change tactics. Never again, USAID, who manipulate and use our leaders without handouts. Well, okay, this goes well back throughout multiple left, right? Same point. This was silence reigns on the U.S.-backed coup against Evo Morales. Look, 2020. And we talked about this at the time. Leaked audio, and this is interesting because it overlaps even with Rubio. Leaked audio recordings, 2019, implicate Cruz Mendez, who's now arrested and charged with crimes for taking money from a foreign government. Surprise, surprise. Egypt, by the way, which is, we're talking about Israel, guys. That's what the point is. And Rubio in Bolivia coup. So leaked audio recordings implicate both of them in the coup in Bolivia. And now Rubio is in charge of USAID. Fantastic, right? Also, I thought this was important to include. I think this was pretty prescient, and I like that I saw this. This was 2018. What is it? We look at the title. Bolivia's impending U.S., quote, liberation. Called it. Nailed it. And this is because I saw Mike Pompeo giving, that's how transparently evil this guy is. So Evo Morales sits down and reads out everything the U.S. government is doing. I mean, like anybody with a brain is like, that's exactly what's happening. I mean, it's fundamental. These things are obvious. Half these things are their policy. Well, they just name it something different. He reads it out. Scathing review of what the U.S. government's doing in the world. Mike Pompeo is going, oh, you're done. You're going to be regime changed. I mean, that's my opinion, but look at what happened. And then immediately we saw this ramp up, and all of a sudden a military junta gets put in power and they go, democracy. The OAS goes, no, that was fake, and then allows a military control, and they stop screaming about democracy. And now look, these people are gone. The people, I mean, it's just funny how rapidly, and it was all about, I think, immediate reasons. Either way, the point is the same. That was Donald Trump's administration, and USAID was used to do it. He knows that, guys. They all know it. It's not a secret. Guaido. How about Guaido? Now, again, here's the point that this is about all of them, not just Trump. My point is that's the side that's being ignored right now. USAID paid Guaido almost $100 million to attempt to climb a fence. Now, that's just one highlighting it. The point is this is a bigger story. USAID gave millions to Guaido and preferred NGOs in a global scandal. This was all through Trump's administration. And that was a spectacular failure. That's one of those things that had they succeeded or caused more of a that would have been an ongoing war. Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean he's not responsible for all those things. Same with Iran. She points out the Venezuela point, and this is from the Voice of America. Trump administration to triple democracy aid to Venezuela. 2019. That's USAID. USAID. Much of the aid was done during Trump's own administration. That's the point. So that's what she's highlighting is this guy. And this is how this keeps working, guys. $98 million from USAID to the trash can. So the point in highlighting this right now is to insinuate without saying, and just that's Democrats, right? Because that's the shtick right now. If it's USAID, that's Democrats funding woke politics. Well, it wasn't though. Trump was the one funding this, and that's what she says. Because it was the truth. The majority of that aid, much of the aid was done during Trump's own administration. At the very least, the point is he'd used it. So you can't make it about one thing. And he says, in fact, VOA, CIA media, put out Trump tripled the aid, as she pointed out, to $52 million. They're not asking themselves why Trump and company woke up and decided to oppose the very agency they've also been using aren't bright. It's true. And she said, I don't play their partisan games, and this isn't a partisan issue. It's a problem embedded in the core of our intel apparatus, cosplaying as a government. While it's hilarious to watch the mainstream media cry about it, it's entirely distracting from the fact that this will continue under other facets. Well said. And the point is not just that they've used it, but the people in their current inner structure, like Elon Musk. Before we get there, this is about Nicaragua. Like, you probably forgot about most of these guys, but this was also during Trump's administration. We wrote about this. We covered it. This forensic look at USAID's activities in Nicaragua by Benjamin Norton makes it plain. The country's right-wing opposition was created and managed by the U.S. government. That's Trump. That's USAID. So what this is, here it is. This 2015. This one's 2016. Okay, this is the overlap from left to right. It doesn't stop. The Nicaraguan opposition leader double-dipped USAID money, using it not only to fund her foundation, but also to pay her family and herself. And here's their article about it, which is 2021. But as it says, the U.S. government has spent years cultivating a right-wing media outlets in Nicaragua that played a central role in the 2018 coup attempt. This network is now being investigated by the Nicaraguan government on allegations of money laundering. That's Trump, guys. So 2016 funds through USAID, and in 2018, 2 years later, attempted to overthrow the government. There's no way you could pretend that they just wasn't aware of that, guys. It was a public conversation. Yes, USAID was publicly part of it. Now, this is interesting to me. Now, we'll get into this point, which is very easy to show. As usual before, here's what a congressperson has to say about it. And I don't agree with most of what he says. In his mind, USAID is this great agency saving lives around the world. And even if you think that's part of what they do, it's, in my opinion, a transparent cover that's not even close to the majority of what they actually do. That's my opinion. Look into it for yourself. But what he says here is that Elon Musk got money for his company, which he did, guys. It's not hard. It's very easy to show. But what's funny is that because this guy says this and he's a Democrat and he's talking about, well, I mean, I don't even, who knows? I'm not even familiar with who this guy is. Shouldn't assume anything. The point is that he's saying this and he's critical of Musk, which the only reason I would say this because I'm seeing very tribal action right now. But either way, a government person, whether left or right, he'd be a rhino in their minds if he wasn't, saying that he is the bad guy. And this is a great thing. So because he starts naming it as the right thing and that we shouldn't have gotten rid of all the woke politics, then they would go, then he's lying about Musk. But the truth is he's not. So the only reason I'm showing this is because you have to realize that whether it's corporate media or a person you don't like or a Democrat or Republican, depending on what side you're on, it doesn't automatically mean it's false. And you must realize that they know that that's the way a lot of people think, and they use that against you.
I find Mr. Musk's accusations appalling. I know they're factually baseless, and frankly, I find them despicable. It's also curious because in 2022, his company Starlink received millions of dollars from USAID for Starlink's operation in Ukraine, not to mention the incredible amount of taxpayer subsidies that helped Tesla become the major company that it is. And Mr. Musk, he's a billionaire, as we know. He has no reluctance to take taxpayer funds from USAID. None. He took money from USAID. It was a good organization when the money was coming from it to him to help us in Ukraine. But now he's calling it a criminal organization. And I doubt that he knows what 99% of USAID employees do, or the positive impact they have on the lives of people around the world and on U.S. national security, the obligation all of us have as members of the United States Senate. I wonder if he's ever met or has ever spoken to anyone who works at any of the 60 overseas missions or seen with his own eyes what USAID does in countries like Indonesia, Ethiopia, Haiti, Mozambique, Ghana, or Guatemala, just to name a few.
If you just take a quick glance at most of the countries listed, you'll find very easy information that shows what a absolute chaotic outcome we've seen, not because of the thing they point to and the books they gave or the food they provide, but the reality being that when you actually realize that through that active effort, the CIA effectively destabilized their country and flooded their schools with it, that's the reality. And so look at Haiti, for example. Sure, here's some food they gave, but what's the reality? When's the last time they had an election? Aren't you guys the ones that scream about anything? That's not even the right kind of election, but over here in Haiti, we don't even care? How does that make sense? It's because they got what they want from it. Haiti is where they like it right now. We like the fact that we get what we want, so we're not going to call out elections. That's the reality of the outcome there, and that's not hard to see. Maybe he doesn't even know that. Doesn't matter to me.
Where the lives of countless people really do benefit from USAID.
I would agree with that. Doesn't mean that's the majority of what happens, or that's the most important point.
And being billionaires, President Trump and Elon Musk may not be aware that fully 1 billion people in the world live on less than $1 a day.
Why is that Americans' responsibility when we are in a position where we're, objectively financially insolvent? Like $30 trillion in debt is ridiculous. The idea that we just keep putting that off and keep funding Israel's wars, like it should stop entirely, even for people that are in need around the world. As sad as that may sound, the reality, in my opinion, is that just because that's become necessary, the idea is that it's ultimately a destabilizing factor on these countries that keep people in a state of need. They need that. Overall, it's not Americans' tax dollar responsibility to do what our government claims needs to be done, especially when you realize that that's not even what they're really doing it for. I think these are transparent today. Now, shouldn't be that contentious of a point. It's basically fiscal responsibility at this point, which they don't care about.
They may not be aware that the lives of hundreds of millions of people, especially children, are threatened by diseases that can be prevented or cured with drugs that cost only a few pennies. Or maybe Mr. Musk is not aware that the life of every American is threatened by the spread of infectious diseases. We saw that with COVID, and there's other diseases out there where what we do elsewhere protects the health and safety of people right here at home.
Well, obviously, he's pushing the general idea, and maybe he believes it. But the truth of it all is that this is something that is, there's levels of truth to it. But the main picture, right? This is the objective reality. There's nuance to everything. It's not all Democrat deep state game, which has become like the Jones, Benny Jones. All these people are just like this cartoonish version of them, even themselves today. Or that it's all positive. That's also stupid, guys. It's real. The point is that there are people that think they're doing good that do good because they don't understand what they work for, I would argue. But the clear picture is that you can map this back, as many people have. This is an entity that should be disbanded, removed entirely, which I'll get to in a second. But the second point is that Elon Musk is a hypocrite as he takes money from these two. Here is an article from 2022. Well before this conversation, the U.S. government reportedly paid to send Starlink terminals to Ukraine. All right, so not only that, but the funding through that to benefit his company, but goes right up until last year. USAID spent $1 million on Elon Musk's Starlink terminals in the last year. That's February 3rd, 2025. And look, there's plenty more you could find that overlap with companies he's attached to. It's just crazy how dishonest all this is, and most of the Republican media doesn't want to even touch on it. David Icke responding to Charlie Kirk, where he says, unbelievable. U.S. aid appears to have funneled U.S. taxpayer dollars to Soros-aligned causes, per Senator Eric Schmidt. Yet another reason U.S. aid must go. Except that's not what's happening, though. You see how they frame the narrative that is what's happening? But they know it's not, guys. The Kirks of the world are not stupid, not in the ways you might think. They're pushing the narrative as they watch Rubio on Fox News telling you it's not going away, because that's what the game is. I don't know how that's hard to miss. But David Icke nails it and says, your hero Trump has appointed a longtime Soros operative, Scott Bessent. We already talked about this. As Treasury Secretary, and you cheered. It's okay when we do it. Right? It's the same as the BlackRock point. Is it a problem? If it's a problem, it's a problem. It shouldn't be a problem only when it applies to the side you don't like. A Soros aligned? How about a guy who literally is in existence because of Soros, got the background for his company from Soros? And just because people want to pretend like that was a long time ago, no, you can clearly prove that goes right up until pretty recently. Whitney made a whole thing about it. Hypocrisy everywhere you look. Alex Jones puts this out, and I think it's all about distraction. Same point, as we're just laid out a countless amount of misinformation that he's never addressed, or the idea that we're being misled on a fraction of a story that I guarantee he knows the picture of. But he goes, Doge investigation confirms. And why is that? Why they confirm? Oh, because he said so. Look it up for yourself. He didn't confirm anything. Elon Musk shouts out loud through Doge that they confirm a CIA ran multiple coup attempts against President Trump's first administration using U.S. aid. Oh, okay. So knowing that you're being buried in what you're lying about and that people are seeing through it, you lob out another Democrat bad narrative with nothing to back it up through the Alex Jones propaganda show, which is that we know the CIA through U.S. aid, which is still a nonpartisan game, okay, use that money to attempt to overthrow Trump. Okay, I'd love to see the breakdown of that. Now, if there's anything, I'm willing to bet you it boils out, and I've looked, boils out to some, this money went to a group that doesn't like Trump, and we know they're trying to overthrow, or something abstract like that that's not definitive, like claiming the deep state's on the run. What are you pointing at? Where's your evidence? Is it because you think the Democrats are upset, or what corporate media is yelling about Trump? That's how we know the deep state's. That's crazy. It's not journalism, guys. That's straight up propaganda. The point, though, is that the CIA, they're claiming, ran multiple coup attempts, which didn't happen or you can't prove. Okay, well, isn't Trump the one that literally just said the CIA must get involved now before it's too late? So are we playing the same game? That's the part of the CIA that you claim are the ones that you like? So nothing's actually going away. We're just molding it into the new thing. Yeah, just like we said. Not some reduction of anything, not fighting any deep state, just the molding of the same problems in a way that make you feel like the Republicans get what they want. But then we stand back and go, wait, where's that reduction of government agencies we talked about? Where's that slashing of funds we talked about? Here's $1 billion we saved. No, you gave $1 billion to Netanyahu right afterward, and then you spent $500 billion on it. So we didn't save any money, really. Maybe that'll come, but it's all narrative right now. But see, if he's going to scream about the CIA red because they claimed, well, people will jump on it. It's easy. 5-6 million views. Baseless whole cloth claims. That's how this works. Well, Tim Pool jumped in the conversation, which I think is hilarious, and says, wow, this is the fifth. White House just nuked Politico. We're talking about Politico right now. Weird-ass taxpayer-funded subscriptions. He says the Department of Energy has $400,000 in subscriptions for 172 people for 1 year. No, I think this is crazy. Well, what's funny to me, as I said, of all people commenting on this is priceless. You realize he just got exposed for basically something similar, for being funded through some government shell company dynamic. They want to blame on Russia. At this point, I feel like we're dealing with all the same thing. The funny thing is that for him to do this seems very contrived, to be like, how? That's crazy. They did that thing that I just got caught for. It's right over there. I mean, the point is, here's the right side, there's the left side. We're all being played. But I think the interesting story about this is that it's crazy to me, right? That in any context we had, for those of us that are nonpartisan first, how long have we been telling you that the government is straight up funding media? Forever. And then what do we get told? Even by half the Republicans now, well, the mainstream part of it. Pushback. The reality is it's not just left, but the point is that the USAID or other elements, because let's not pretend like that's the only thing. So maybe USAID is focused on mostly left because there's other elements, which there are, but there's also right-leaning elements in USAID. I'll go over some in a second. But the point is clearly they're influencing. So that's not just state media. That's government-controlled outcomes, which is what they're using this for around the world. We've shown you this. Flooding, funding, and we've even done entire shows in this in the past. And one of them was during Trump's administration, and I'll show you that. Remember when they talked about funding independent media in other countries? That was during Trump's administration, as well as Biden's. The point was the funding continued on both. And what are they doing? The same thing, setting up fake media organizations to manipulate countries. Right now, all you're hearing about is the left doing this around the world. It's the same thing. Venezuela, we just showed you guys, multiple regime change, and they involve the same tactics everywhere you look, and have been going on for decades, usually to build the narrative. Iran, by the way, is one of the main ones, whether USAID or other groups. They need to keep doing that, and they're largely beginning to push back, like we saw with Evo Morales. Get rid of these groups because they know what they are, so they find new ones. I think it's funny that, of all people, Tim Pool would comment on this. But before we get into the bigger part of it, I guess the first part was that influencing media with government money, which we know, despite lying and going, Russia does that and Iran does that. No, you do it too, both sides of it. But then from, a partisan angle, like, so Politico being funded as a left-leaning platform. And I'm going to get into what they're claiming the story is, because we're nonpartisan and objective reporters, and we'll give you all sides of the story, not just what we believe or what we're supposed to show you. So I just want to point out before we get into what they're claiming is the reality from CNN and Politico, is that no matter how this played out, subscriptions is what they're claiming from just government agencies, which, by the way, is logical, and I'll show you why. I still don't think it matters. I think it's quite obvious that you have hundreds of thousands. I mean, it amounts to a lot more than that. Millions coming from the government, whether it's for government agencies, access to your, guys, that's the same damn thing. The fact is they could choose to do that or not, and that becomes a coercive tool. So are we really going to pretend like any group, Politico especially, has not been influenced, tapped on the shoulder when it was necessary, or just absolutely made to do? I think we all know that's true, or at least very likely. So just that out of the way. Like, the point is, I am not for 1 second pretending like this is some right-wing lie. I mean, I think there's a level of how they're using this, but the truth is, it's all of them, in my opinion. But Politico is very clearly one of them that got plucked out of this, which makes you wonder why, but nonetheless is still very clear. But what I'm going to point out is how it's interesting that it becomes, we absolutely know that Politico is being funded by this thing, even though that's not actually the truth of it. Like I said first, I still argue that however it really is playing out, it amounts to the same thing. But it should matter to you that they're kind of jumping to conclusions for their own partisan agenda. And my bigger point is because I think we all know that it's not partisan at the end of the day. But let's get into what CNN and Politico want you to believe, and then we'll go over some of the actual, both sides of this. So this is February 5th. White House says it will cancel $8 million in Politico subscriptions, $8 million in total, after a false right-wing conspiracy theory spreads. Now, that's also a very, very dishonest, big surprise for CNN, way to frame that, seeing as how there's only one part of it that's like a conspiracy theory or false story. And that's the idea that basically, because of the White House stopping this, that it had an immediate effect on them being like funded through USAID, which even that, it's like, that's kind of, I'll read it for you. You can see it for yourself. Oh, of course, I lost here it is. You'll see for yourself that really what it's about is this disputing the part of whether it's a subscription for their service versus them just like funding the media in the most blatant way, because that's, influencing the outcome. So even if like Politico, for example, doesn't think that, you could still argue that that's what the government thought it was doing, right? I mean, there's all sorts of ways to look at it. But it says, leave it. Let me know in the chat. Is it leave it or leave it? I don't know how you would tell me that in the chat. Give it your best shot. So the White House spokesperson says she elevated a bogus claim, and this is what CNN is saying, spreading, and by the way, for those listening, this is on the Wayback Machine, or rather the archive. I didn't support CNN. On social media, their claim they're spreading on social media is that Politico and Associated Press, which that I find more interesting, and I'll show you why in a second, for years received millions of dollars from the USAID department, or USAID, which President Trump and Elon Musk have targeted by placing staff on leave. In reality, this is their claim, the payments represented the whole of the federal government subscriptions to the news outlets' services. All federal agencies combined spent $8.2 million last year on Politico Pro, according to USAspending.com. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Now, I would argue that even the Politico Pro, like that came about because we started to watch these mainstream platforms kind of implode because people were not buying their narratives anymore, right? And so I think a lot of them went to this kind of subscription model and then I think this is how they got subsidized by the government. I very much do think that. What's interesting, first on the Associated Press overlap, and to address the subscriptions part of it. Now, let's remember, Politico's its own thing. That's a separate point. But Associated Press, it really is like the central, like remember we talked about, I might even be able to pull that up, the propaganda multiplier. Let's see, not right there. Didn't pop up. I think I can search for it on the website. But so basically, it's an interesting video that we shared about what they call the propaganda multiplier. Oh, wait, maybe this is it. Yeah, that's right. It was from the Swiss Policy Research. There you go. Perfect. I'll just conclude this. So here, I did a post on this, but it's called the propaganda multiplier. And what it shows you, this picture right here, this is all you need to see. And read it for yourself, though. It gets in details. But the point is, you at the top, and this has shifted slightly since then, you've got the White House, CIA, and the Pentagon. Now, they put out information. Now, some of this also you could argue comes from whatever reports they may have on the ground, but it's still the same influence level. And then AP, Associated Press, the French press agency, or AFP, it's weird that it's the French press agency, or Reuters, are the global news agencies, right? And there's others as well, but those become the main people that pump out like large generalized reports. And a lot of these groups, Fox News, Times, Washington, all these end up in many cases just regurgitating exactly what they say, half the time not even citing AP, and they don't even care, which is interesting. And so it's like this the propaganda multiplier. My point, though, is that AP, you would absolutely argue that these major platforms, or rather, the government ultimately might have a subscription to this, not these entities, but maybe like a group out there that is their job is to keep, whatever. Because it is exactly, whether it's because it's news or because they're getting their marching orders from the other parts of the government. Either way, I'm just simply pointing out it kind of logically makes sense that you might have some kind of a subscription. I still argue that you should not, and we shouldn't allow that. Why we're ever allowing the government through any abstract way to just dump money in groups, which very clearly can influence what they do, that shouldn't be allowed. That's not what I'm saying. But nonetheless, you can get why there might be a subscription model, is all I'm pointing out. But the reason I'm even saying that is because I don't see how Politico in any way fits into that point. Politico is another platform versus these. The Politico is in this part of the section. For those in the podcast, it's the third section down where it goes from Pentagon, then it goes from the AP part, then it goes down to like the Washington Post and Fox and CNN. That's where Politico is. So it seems like an odd point, right? But I just wanted to point that out. Back to this. So the idea being that they're simply saying subscriptions for Politico and AP. Now it says, but as reporters quickly pointed out in response to false statements on social media, the payments are not exclusively USAID funds. But that does matter, doesn't it? So these are the kind of things I'm getting at in a larger point. This becomes this broad, funny, somebody just gave me a point about this, broad brush versus broad stroke. I think broad brush is the typical statement, but broad stroke is something that I say that I think obviously makes sense. A broad stroke of a brush is the same general point. What I prefer. But anyway, the point is the same. Broad stroke, broad brush, like up being subjective and broad about something usually means, you're being obtuse. But the point is that reporting out there is just kind of going all this or all that. And the reality is it's not even all USAID. So those things get lost in the conversation. Facts matter. But it says, I look at these contracts and I have my own fact. Fun fact. Byron Tao, an investigative reporter at AP, said, he said, this is occurring because agencies, not just USAID, are buying subscriptions to Politico's pro-editorial product, not because Politico is getting grants for other federal funding. Now, that actually seems to be somewhat true. Doesn't change what I said in the beginning. I still find it to be wildly dishonest about the way this works out. But it turns out to just be one aspect that's USAID. The rest of the $8 million is all other groups and agencies that are applying for subscriptions. But I would still argue from a centralized top-down level that can be just the White House using those subscription elements for their agencies to influence what they say. But isn't it interesting that it becomes USAID did all of this, and that's what and I'll show you where it comes from. The same grouping, the Bennett Johnsons and the Kyle Becker that are sharing what appears to be their assumptive effort on this. And it turns out to be only one part of it. And it shows that they assumed, which is interesting. Well, it says the Trump administration's focus on the false narrative that Politico received USAID funds, which is new, that's not really false, follows an erroneous claim by Kyle Becker, a conservative political commentator on Wednesday, which I look into, not because they said so, and an X thread. Becker tied a Tuesday report from Semaphore that showed political staffers hadn't been paid. That was the very first thing we saw over a, quote, technical error, they said, that was subsequently fixed to a usaspending.com page that shows Politico received $8.2 million across 237 transactions. Okay, but so what's interesting is they appear to be back to funding them. So it's certainly possible that they lied about a technical glitch and then found another source of funding, even through the government. Or, and this is the point, they basically jumped to conclusions, which wouldn't change the idea that the government is using an abstract form of funding these platforms. I'm not denying that. But I find it very important, and you should too, that you have people like this who simply have an ongoing USA building narrative that they're all lying about in many different ways. You get your clicks and shares, and all of a sudden you get a separate report that comes out and goes, Politico hasn't gotten paid. And they go, it's because, and they look up the spending and they find one thing for USAID to Politico, which is not all of the $8 million. And they go, this is what happened. USAID got shut down and all of a sudden they can't pay their people. We knew it. Which in some way there is a point to make there. I agree with that. But isn't it interesting that it becomes this? I argue they never proved that. You could just show that the government had a subscription to this platform. And you know my point. I already said it. But just think about how loose that is for people that we are the media now. And it says Becker attempted to tie the technical error reported to USAID funds, claiming the funds had been fueling Politico's premium subscriptions. In the thread, Becker also claimed that the Associated Press had received millions of taxpayer dollars for years. Becker's post quickly caught the attention of far-right media personalities, including Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Dana Loesch, and a ladder of others, a latter of whom called for protest outside Politico's offices. In a Twitter post, William Sommer, a media reporter at the Washington Post, pointed out that Johnson, who helped buoy the false theory, ironically received secret illegal payments from the Russian government. Now, that's not how I would frame that story, but what they're referencing is the same point I made about Tim Pool. What was it called? What was the name of the group? Is that group that what's her name? Chen, and then, it turned out to be the same dynamic. So that's the bigger point about this. You have to realize that I don't believe that's a Russian dynamic. I think that is the same thing we're seeing is entities in power structures that are controlling the outcome of media in many ways where they may not even be aware of it. So all we're doing here is plucking out one part of an ecosystem and pretending to bring it down, but not really bringing it down, just simply consolidating power to the people that you want to use it for going forward. And meanwhile, that's 1% of a larger ecosystem. It's so easy to trick people that really don't care if they're being tricked. And it says Musk, who oversees the Department of Government Efficiency, also chimed in on Becker's post, calling the alleged payments a huge waste of taxpayer money. Right. So you see, he doesn't say, I know this is true. He simply saw a post, didn't check it, knew it worked for what they're trying to say, and said, huge waste, which then becomes in people's minds that he knows is true, we know is true, and then it's cemented forever, even though you never actually checked anything. Politico's leaders, in a memo to staff Wednesday, denied the media company has received the funds from the government. Politico has never been a beneficiary of government programs or subsidies, it claims, not 1 cent ever in 18 years. The media company acknowledged government agencies subscribe to its services just like corporations do. And we're going to get to it next. I'll show you one of the spending pages. But so the interesting part is, if you're a Kyle Becker or a Benny Johnson or the rest of the ones that made this kind of jumping conclusion, and they're saying that's not true, it's subscriptions, here we can prove it, and it's only one part of it, the rest aren't even USAID, wouldn't you expect them to come back around and go, whoa, here is why I'm still correct, or here's why that's not true, even though it is true, though. You can look for yourself. So it becomes, well, so, okay, only a part of that money went to them. Okay, well, then you're wrong in the general claim you made to begin with. That matters, even if the larger point is somewhat true. These people don't care about this, is my point. And so I would argue that if you're an objective, nonpartisan journalist, that you would want to be correct. And if the claims come out, then you would go back and say, well, here's why they're making this up. But you don't get that. You get largely partisan dog piles about why we know, and anyone says otherwise, you're wrong. And it says, in a statement, the AP said that the federal government has long been an AP customer through both Democratic and Republican administrations. And that's the other point. You can show that. You can show that these subscriptions have gone back through Trump's administration and through any others before that. So why doesn't that matter right now? Why is it only about Biden's administration like the world started in 2021? It didn't. Obviously, it licenses AP's nonpartisan journalism, which is not nonpartisan at all, just like thousands of news outlets and customers around the world. It's quite common for governments to have contracts with news organizations for their content. I don't like that at all. I don't think that should be the case. But that's what they're claiming. Now, here is Will Sommer, who they're referencing, making the argument here about why this is not real. And then we'll go into somebody who is pointing out that, or at least claiming that this was the other side of it. But the point is, right-wing media, he says, is melting down today over the erroneous idea that Politico is secretly funded by USAID. Here's the backstory, as he frames it. Politico missed payroll. This was on the 4th because of a tech issue. That's what they claim. I don't know why you would take that at face value in any case. MAGA supporters took that as proof that Politico is secretly bankrolled by USAID, whose programs have been suspended by Trump. They seized on usspending.gov pages showing the entire US Gov paid Politico $8.2 million last year. Now that's one screenshot that I think I have it right here or somewhere right here, right? Where you get that and you get, there's no link. It's just, this is going around. That's how this works. This is Twitter files for you. That's what they've done. Handicap these people in their critical thinking. The point is, as you look into the full picture, it's much more nuanced than saying they got an $8.2 million grant, which is how everyone's framing this, including the ones that began the push of the story. If you look at it, you'll find that only, as they said, you could see for yourself, it's nuance. There's multiple entities, only one of which is USAID. And it says that money appears to be for Politico Pro subscriptions, which is, that's technically what is stated, but I'm not going to argue that means anything other than the government finding ways to get money in the hands of journalists. But it says, which cost thousands of dollars a year. Nonetheless, lots of MAGA personalities still mad. And so my point is that's this guy, I argue, is just choosing to take that narrative as opposed to the other. I find that to be just as problematic. But see, it says, Benny Johnson points this out. That's one of the earlier points in this. Now we learn a news company which spent the last 10 years. I mean, he's making all kind of assumptive points just because he knows it'll get mass reach. Rob Smith. Dana Loesch, the same point. Okay. Now this guy, citing Brian Krasenstein, doing the same kind of thing. No, it got Politico Pro, got paid. You're a liar. This guy these people are career taking the narrative against the other side. That's just what they do. They're all worthy of ridicule. This person, Krasian, says USAID funded Politico. New York Times and AP might sound reasonable because they provide special services. Now, all I said is logical, because it is. Still doesn't change the fact that you could use that logic to fund journalists. But it says, but all of them are left-leaning. Now, that's a very good point, right? Like, so if you're going to stand back and try to, it still wouldn't then jump to conclusions like they did, but you're going to go, well, it's pretty conspicuous that this funding for subscriptions just so happens to go in one direction. Now, I would argue that's because, from my nonpartisan view, that I think your government's all one thing, because that was the teeter-tottering effect. That's where they were in that moment. If you go back before that, you can see that it was doing something different. As we've seen, if you look at the gray zone, they've looked at this for a long time around the funding of right-wing entities around the world. But the point here is that was the game in this point. And he says, no funding found for media on the right in this context. I guarantee this is about 2021 forward. It says the concern is government is being, or even 2016, is being informed by biased media. That is true. And media is incentivized to stay biased. Absolutely. That is important to hear. That's why I think outside of the politics of all of it, this is still an important part of the story. I just think it's nonpartisan. And here's, again, let's point it out, Benny Johnson. Just kind of breaking it all down, and again, I think this is pretty assumptive. You can read it for yourself. Did you know that USAID funded this is, well, I'll show you WikiLeaks making this point. Over 6,000 journalists, 707 news outlets, 30 different countries. The thing they don't want to break down for you is that spans multiple administrations, left and right, and goes back a long way. And has been done all the way through Trump's administration, but you won't hear that in Benny Johnson's breakdown. Here's Elon Musk sharing a screenshot of Trump posting on Trump's social with typos and all. It says, looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and other agencies. Much of it going to the fake news media as a payoff for creating good story. You see my point? That's not provable things to say. And also, it's not, going for this, for that. Like, I would argue I agree with that you're influencing media. But for Trump to state this as a fact is not accurate. Going to make sure this happens. And then it says, and for good stories about the Democrats. It's only about framing this as a left-wing attack, which makes everybody believe it because that's fun. And it says the left-wing rag known as Politico seems to have received $8 million. See the point? But that's not all from USAID, right? That's only a part of it. The rest are from other entities. And it says, did the New York Times receive money? Who else did? This could be the biggest scandal of them all. I mean, look, even if it's 100% what they say, that they got $8 million directly from the government for propaganda, that would be peanuts in regard to even what's currently going on in the world. Secondarily, it would be pretty small in comparison to what we know this government has done, even just in Biden's administration. So the point is they making this into it's an important story. But for people like us that have been screaming that they were influencing media for a long time, it's like, okay, glad you're catching up. And it's not partisan. But my point is for them to make it like, the biggest story of all. That's what they've all been doing that because they want you only focused on this. It says the biggest of them all, perhaps the biggest in history. Really? You mean like aside from what? I mean, literally anything else you could name seems to be a lot larger than what we're talking about. It says the Democrats can't hide from this one. And that's the point of it all. Oh, here's Liz Wheeler. Same, this, adding to the story. It's not just this. They were paid this much from all kinds of, yeah, exactly. It's not 8 million. The point is, it's not 8 million from USAID at all. It's only a part of that. But this might be relevant as well, guys, just in case you wanted to ask yourself why the current Zionist administration of Trump decided to make a bigger point about this one focal point out of all that we could point at. Maybe this is why. Just a thought to add to the conversation. Asal Rod says, wasn't expecting this from Politico. When's this? Oh, look at that. January 10th, 2025. Huh. Just like last month, before all this went crazy. Here's what it says. Wasn't expecting this from Politico, but this is the best headline I've seen for the new Lancet study. If you're going to report on the massive death toll in Gaza, you should mention who is killing Palestinians. Well, look at this. Israel has killed many more people in Gaza than reported. Top health study says. So realize, guys, that's a month ago. Well before the conversation about this, and if we're going to pretend that this is Politico taking money from the government, well, at that point in time, that would be Trump's government. Secondarily, if we're going to pretend it's holdover from Biden, are we still pretending Biden wasn't aggressively supporting the genocide? They called him Genocide Joe, for crying out loud. Both sides did. Now you're going to pretend like he was supporting them because it works for your narrative? Look, the bottom line is Politico came out and made a really big statement about Israel, and a month later, they're the focus of a big scandal. I think that's worth pointing out. Now, Merck says, to those who just can't comprehend why USAID is currently being exposed, here is USAID funding left-wing communist media. Lazy. Lazy, lazy, lazy. And gives you the screenshot, okay? Well, here is part of it. Specifically, Department of Interior. Where is this one down here? Okay, so my highlighting went away, making sure I didn't miss anything. Right here. So this is the new contract, E&E subscription. So that was one of the main things, just to show you, at least that's what it's stating. And it's not some hidden point. They're simply making it out to be a subscription for a government agency, right? And so realize that's not USAID. That was the point. Just to highlight the fact that there's $1 million, which I still think is outrageous, going from a government agency, operation of the national park system, in order to fund this specifically for Politico. That's all I want to point out. Okay. And that was after Trump's administration. So it's not just USAID, and it was they're claiming for subscriptions, just to make sure you saw that cemented. Now, here's another one. Oh, that's right. I'll include this just so you can look through for that overarching point that you can go through here and look for yourself and realize how many of these exist, which is crazy, but that only a fraction are going to be for what they're claiming it is, even though the story is all of it USAID, because that's tied up like a neat little bow. And half the people showing this story don't even care to check. And the other half follow them. That's what it seems like it's happening right now. So Arnaud Bertrand highlights this important story, and this is the big picture, guys. As we said before, here's the WikiLeaks. USAID, and this is from February 6th, was funding over 6,200 journalists across 707 media outlets and 279 media NGOs, including 9 out of 10 media outlets in Ukraine. Now, if you're really going to stand back and not read this for yourself and pretend that this is only left-leaning anything, while you're funding extremist right-wing elements in the world, you're just being willfully stupid. It's willful ignorance because it works for the narrative. And this is what's funny is here's WikiLeaks making that point, and if you look at the rest of them, they're just giving you the headline while framing it in a way that makes you assume it's all left-leaning media because we're fighting the communist left-leaning media deep state. Because that's how simple this is for some people. No, that's not what's happening. And let's not forget, this goes back through multiple, even if you think it's only left-wing media, then explain for me why this existed in full during Trump's last administration. So either you want to believe he supported left-wing propaganda, or you'll pretend it was some Democrat holdout that he wasn't able to see, which is just lazy assumption, or you recognize that it's none of those things and it's always been used for all of them. Arnaud Bertrand says, bit by bit, we're discovering that much of the U.S.'s aid money was spent on paying thousands of journalists to gaslight the world into thinking U.S. was actually helping and to manufacture consent against U.S. adversaries. On brand, but pathetically sad. And this is the thing, guys. People like us have been screaming about this through Bush's administration, through Obama's administration, through all of them, because that's what's been going on. So that's why it's really infuriating for this to come out in such a partisan, hard corner way. Like they're just completely ignoring the facts. That's very easy to see. Matt Kennard points out Ukraine again, and realize again, the point is that Donald Trump is continuing it, at least right now. He just made a point, even after saying he was pausing this, to send more weapons to Ukraine, and so is Israel. So he goes, this is wild. 90% of Ukraine's media, and this is just wild as a nonpartisan point that is crazy. Because if you're really pretending Ukraine is a partisan thing, guys, I mean, you're just not, the facts are very obvious. It's largely an Israel thing, but it says 90% of Ukraine media is funded by the CIA cutout USAID. And then he says, I assume the other 10% is probably covered by the CIA cutout National Endowment for Democracy. Washington has saturated propaganda control of an entire country of 40 million people. And I will bet you anything is far more than just one place. I think we know that. But the saturation, 90% that you can prove is USAID. I mean, that's why this country has been complete. Like, guys, that's the future of where everything else is going. This is the kind of vassal, occupied, like ghost state that exists because of U.S. foreign policy. It's wild, and it's very clearly not partisan. Now, as this is what Thomas Massey put out, I just corresponded with Representative Greg Stubbe's bill to abolish USAID, not pretend to and give it to Rubio, but actually abolish it. Massey continued to show himself at least to be saying the things that I agree with in most cases. He says USAID sends billions of American tax dollars overseas when it spends at home. It subsidizes subscriptions to left-leaning outlets like Politico and USAID. Now, I'd argue it's not as simple as that part of it, but clearly, and USAID, 100% agree. Absolutely. But I said, however, anyone paying attention already knows this is not what the Trump administration is doing or actually wants. What Massey is proposing is what real change would look like. Hopefully you can notice the difference right now. Everyone's saying, oh, you're black-pilled. You won't just give him benefit, give the praise when he deserves it. No, if he came out and actually abolished USAID and actually did it, not just said it, I would be going absolutely. Like I've said, like his bill around the women's sports. Or excuse me, his executive order, because that's how our government runs now. Great thing, period. Long overdue. End of story. Now, the point we were making is that while he's doing that, he's also allowing kids like that to take mRNA shots. That should matter, but they're separate conversations. The point is that's still a good thing. End of story. This would be good if they were actually ending it, which they're not. That's why they've convinced the population to say they're ending it, because that's what they want you to think. Real change is obvious. But I think that's infuriating. And here's Rubio again saying that, no, I've taken over and we're going to use it for U.S. agendas around the world. Exactly the same thing, but minus the woke politics. So we won, right? We're winning. Well, here are a few examples, and it's endless. If you want to look through this, you can lose yourself in this website. So this is just simply about showing a couple different points. The main one is that USAID was funding exactly these kind of things during Trump's administration. And if that doesn't matter to you, then I don't know what we're talking about. So this, see, 2016, 17, 18, 19. Okay, that's 400,000, 400,000, 400,000. I'm averaging 401,000, 397,000. All right, so that's every year of his administration. He sent about $400,000 for economic support, fund, appropriations, and it's up here. Support program to provide technical and administrative support for 2 international collaborative research programs, the Middle East Regional Program and the U.S.-Israel Cooperative Development Research. Gee, I wonder why he sent that. Right? About $2 million over his entire administration, on top of everything else, including the $38 billion that was going over 10 years from Obama that they still continue to do. All right, okay, are you confused? Like, so if we're going to have an issue with USAID, it would matter that it was being done anywhere, especially for another government like Israel that was proudly professing to be about woke politics. Even then, and well through Biden's administration. Funny how that works. We just don't talk about it when it's about the we shall not name. Very, very telling. I know most conservatives are not being dishonest about call it out, guys. This one, same point, 2019, 2020. About $300,000 each. What's this one for? Procure monitoring and elevation services for Venezuela. participation project. So, guys, the overarching game is whether it's woke politics or not, it's about the guise of doing what you claim is the good thing. And all it really amounts to, as we know through this very effort, to carry out regime change. That's what he was doing during this effort. That's what they tried to do. They tried to regime change Venezuela using the guise of USA. That's what this was. That's Donald Trump. Okay, this one. Monitoring, same thing, Venezuela participation. 2017, 2018, right? So the point is a whole other funding round through 2 different years for the same agenda. Also Venezuela, also for regime change. This one is for support public interest journalism. That's what I was referencing before. In independent media journalists from around the world. And it says, oh, actually, no, this was hold on, is it the wrong one? Yeah, so it's to support public interest journalism originating from local and national media houses and independent journalists. Okay, so in 2020, Donald Trump allotted $5 million through USAID to do what? To fund journalists in the United States. Isn't that what we're talking about? Should be. That's what it says right there. Support interest journalism, public interest journalism, so propaganda, originating from local and national media. We talked about this, both independent or both international and local. If honesty mattered in this conversation, the very people that are screeching about them funding journalists and Politico for $8 million, when it turns out that was only a small part of it, because you realize, guys, this is actually USAID for this exact thing, and it's $5 million under 2020. That's Trump. But then it goes on and continues under Biden. Well, that's interesting. Look at that. So wait, this would have been. So what day was Trump inaugurated? Even though they would still probably argue. Oops. Oh, I just misspelled it. January 20th. Okay, so it's before. Either way, I just thought it was interesting. Oh, by the way, it says 0 anyway, so I wasted time. But the major point here, obviously, is if you're funding journalism, national, independent journalists, local and national, for $5 million, that's objectively a lot more than USAID alone gave to Politico. All said and done, we're talking about subscriptions, but this isn't subscriptions. This is straight up funding journalism that they claim were, whatever, fighting, whatever agenda they were fighting at that time. It's about pretending to fault me. That's a big deal. But you're not going to hear that from the fake partisan media out there that wants to hype one side of the story. Here's another one. What's this one for? Early childhood development mass media activity in Bangladesh. 2018, 2019, 3 funds amounting to well over $1 million in 2019 alone, 600,000 in 2020, about 600,000 in 2018, all for Bangladesh, for early development mass media. So also media influence from Donald Trump aggressively throughout his administration. Doesn't that matter? USAID. Okay, here's this one. This one is what? Placeholder for OTI training. Oh, this overlapped with I think so. I'm just trying to remember which ones these are. I thought this was the COVID overlap. Training Resources Group. Whatever. It says placeholder for OTI training. If you know what that is, let me know. And digital media services procurement. And it says right here, incremental funding to GSA training, facilitation, and digital services. Purpose of modification, update language. Interesting. Either way, the bottom line is multiple times through Trump's administration, over millions of dollars through USAID going out the door. If this is a corrupt entity, then why isn't this being called out aggressively through his administration? Because you know why, guys? Because this is dishonest, the whole thing. International Research and Exchanges Board, USAID, strengthen media system activity. 2017, 1.5 million. 2019, 2.4 million. 2020, 2.6 million. The purpose is to modify, incrementally fund, award, and increase the obligation simply strengthening media system activity. I mean, this is what they do. It's broad and abstract, and they are influencing the outcome on the ground. Trump knows that. They're just playing you right now. I think they're all doing it. I think this is a coordinated effort. Last one, and there are so many more you could get into. The goal here is to support AGYW in health behavior change by creating mutually reinforcing media products. You know, propaganda. 2018, 1.1 million. 2019, 1 million. Health behavior. Right before COVID, by the way. Wonder what that's about. I'm sure we'll never know because they'll never cover it. Well, to end that segment, guys, the point is it's been reported right before I went live, by the way, so I didn't have any more information, but the judge, and it's through insider paper, so double check for yourself. Judge temporarily blocks Trump administration from placing 2,200 USAID workers on paid leave. And maybe this is the way it's supposed to work, guys. Maybe they never wanted to actually bring any of it down. They just wanted to make it look like they tried, and the Democrats stopped them. I mean, who knows? We'll have to wait. That's why we wait for outcomes. The point, though, is overall, the narrative they're screaming about is just straight up lies, as usual. Daily Clout points out, are we so focused on USAID scandals that we're missing the bigger threat? Dr. Naomi Wolf exposes shocking conflicts of interest, data security risks, and the hidden power plays that could put your information at risk. All right, so she sees this, and she's calling out basically what Catherine is, but more so on the Treasury side and the data. They're arguing they're using that major database, which is what we just talked about, to basically train AI or steal your information. I mean, this is with the influence of foreign entities that I think is undeniable. This is terrifying. When you know they're going after people, Americans included, as they've stressed, if they don't agree with Israel policy, if they think they're committing a genocide, if they support Palestine. It's very clear. And now they've got basically backdoor access, not just through their startup companies that they all support, but directly. I mean, they have front door access, it seems. Elon Musk then goes, doesn't that seem odd? And he does his thing, directs to this thing, which gets it 5 million views. Amuse, which got 6 million on its own. That's funny. Let's see if this went up. $8 million now, but it says Doge. I guess Doge says is the new thing. It's like the government says Democrats in Congress didn't seem to mind that China had remote access to every workstation in the Treasury as recently as December. You got to love this, guys. I mean, this is this is crazy. Now, I would never, that's certainly possible. I think all of these governments are trying. Have you seen the evidence of that? And what's crazy to me is at a time when you're starting to see that they have taken wild control of this, it's easy to go, guess what? We found out they let China control everything. That's why me doing this is the thing and we're winning. Well, okay, all right. Well, if you got evidence, I'd love to see that. Not just you saying that or some screenshot, but actual evidence of China somehow controlling every workstation for the Treasury and how that even possibly makes sense with what we've been seeing go on. That has not been in the interest of China. I mean, that's pretty silly. Certainly possible. But my point would be, literally while I think we're watching, let's say Israel, do that. And he goes, there, China, control, just like we keep talking about. Think about what he's saying. Consider that could be true. Ask for evidence. And then consider what I'm saying. And look at the mountain of evidence that shows that's happening right now. And you wonder why he might be, knee-jerk reactioning. Look over there. While two things are happening that make him look concerning. It says, not a month later, they're freaking out. Trump's appointees are accessing the very same computers, demanding violence in the streets. Oh, is that why? I mean, guys, this is the kind of thing. And this account, like the rest, will just take it exactly what they do. Like we showed you the last time, Doge comes out and says something online, and major platforms, even Democrat ones, are supposed to think are attacking each other, basically take him at face value and report that what was it? That they approved every single contract with no questions, no matter even to criminals, which wouldn't surprise me. But nobody ever verified that. In fact, most people are telling you that there's no evidence to back it up to this very point. But it doesn't matter because it got the job done. I'm still not saying, I'm saying I don't know. It could be. But I'm not the kind of person that's going to go, we know because Elon said, because I'm pretty sure that's really stupid. But doesn't that seem odd, he says. I just think it's wild. While he's taking control of it, and while I think this government is clearly influencing it, he simply reflexively points to the one group that his following will happily dive into and assume is the case. But Israel's global cybersecurity infiltration is shockingly obvious, as we've covered many times. Or the fact that they have influenced U.S. tech, infiltrated it to a point that they brag about it. And they just handed Donald Trump a golden pager, as they just gave pagers out to people that killed them over a process of 10 years. I wonder how that works out. Our interview, David Icke, Zionist infiltration of Judaism. Very important. Or the general point, the new Trump administration and the technocratic Zionist coup of the United States, November 30th. I think that's exactly what's happening. I hope you'll at least consider the possibility. And just bringing it back to Catherine's point, the Trump administration, digital control grid coming together at high speed. Now, I think it's hard to miss with just what we talked about today. But she also adds, and here's Naomi Wolf saying, guess I'm really not the only one worried about cybersecurity for our most precious data. She's not happy with what's going on with Elon because she's not, it seems that the point would be that you're willing to call it out, even if you support the general direction of the partisan agenda. It's that's a problem. Like that would show the level to be able to go, whoa, even though I like what you're doing, that's crazy, because it is. Treasury agrees to block additional Doge staff from accessing sensitive payment systems. That was on the 6th. I think everyone's aware something weird is happening. And as Catherine says, the guy who was the largest donor to Trump campaign is building the world's largest and most invasive satellite and surveillance system. That's what Derek was writing about. And wants to install a mesh network in the back of your head to hook you up to his satellites, has hijacked the world's most valuable trove of financial data that is subject to privacy and national security laws, and done it with workers without sufficient training or required top secret security clearance. What could possibly go wrong? It's like, to think anybody would not be like, it's alarming as hell to me that we have seemingly been overtaken by a group of screaming children that simply do not care about anything other than high-fiving about the next thing Elon Musk said. It's terrifying. Now, overall, Big Brother Watch just points out a point that I think is related in the UK. The UK government has now ordered Apple to let them spy on users' encrypted messages. Think about that crazy shift right now when they're trying to pretend we're not spying on you. How does that make sense other than they're pulling out all the stops? And I think that's Israel in their manipulation and what they're trying to accomplish. That's my opinion. It says, we are extremely troubled by reports that the UK government has ordered Apple to create a backdoor that would effectively break encrypt. Why would that make sense in any context right now? Unless there's a major move taking place. All I'm seeing is a lot of these things being rapidly done, and I think it speaks for itself. Now, at the end of this, and maybe where we're at, I'm already 4 hours. I'm going to wrap it up here. Maybe, I think these were the main points of the next one. It's just simply to show you guys that right now, with the unbelievable transparent support, Israel is influenced and I think controlling this administration. From everybody, from Marco Rubio. This is the point, guys. Regardless of what you think, understand that the world and every single mechanism that the U.S. government has always told us to look to has said this guy is a criminal, because he is. And that's just objective fact at this point. He has done so many things, even if everything he says is true, you could prove that he's broken the law in 100 different ways just since October 7th, and that his own people think he's a criminal in 45 different ways, that he'd already be in jail if he wasn't in charge of the government. That's not a secret in Israel. And that's the guy who your government pulls out all the stops for and shares, and ultimately treats him like the president. And everyone is supposed to arrest this man. Everybody. Anybody that believes international law, but they don't. Marco Rubio's first call. Donald Trump's very first meeting. And now Hegseth's first official visit. Netanyahu. All while Netanyahu is the most infamous war criminal on earth and should be arrested on sight per international law, and is openly committing genocide with U.S. weaponry. Anyone confused? We tried to warn you, guys. Let's make Israel great again. Hegseth is honored to welcome Israeli Prime Minister to the Pentagon as my first official visit. Secretary of Defense. Wow. Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, President. I mean, across the board, guys, they're bowing down for this criminal. Now, you could argue if it wasn't a war criminal, you could just say, well, Israel's important to them. But think about doing this while everything's going on in the world. It's not confusing to me at all. And I said, adding to that, Rubio is now showing where his America First priorities lie by immediately flying to Israel. That's after his first phone call was Netanyahu, of course, because America First, guys, all the way. Rubio set to visit Israel. I mean, think about all the different things that we've been told Biden's ignoring, and every one of them are just right to Israel. It shows you that those people didn't even care about it. It was all about going against Biden. And this is the point, the other one, I think I've got this next. Or one of them. Let's go to that next. This man, Netanyahu, is as I said, most wanted war criminal on earth and is supposed to be arrested anywhere in the rules-based international order. In quotes, the only problem is the U.S. government seems to be completely under his control. If you think that's about Jewish people, you're not paying attention. Leader John Thune. It was a pleasure to host Prime Minister Netanyahu at the Capitol today. Our friendship between the United States and Israel strengthens both our countries. And this person, this was I was saying earlier, and Trump just took Gaza out from underneath him. And I said, you guys are insufferable. No words were spoken. Nothing has happened yet. You're a grown-up, stop being a cheerleader. Also, that's not even remotely what he proposed. If you've been paying any attention, this is exactly what Israel has been proposing for years. It's just frustrating. Obviously, you could tell I was frustrated at that moment. And here's Speaker Johnson. I was honored to host my good friend Netanyahu at the Capitol today. Like, they're just falling all over themselves to make it clear that they are on the side of this war criminal. Here's Senator Cruz. Great meeting with my friend and leader Netanyahu. With a unified Republican government, we will bolster the U.S.-Israel alliance. I just don't know how this is not obvious as hell. Oh, here's Fetterman, by the way, because this guy's just the mindless stumbling fool that they can just make do whatever they want, apparently. I met on Capitol Hill in Washington with my good friend and great supporter. I'm sure that's Netanyahu, by the way. Netanyahu saying that about this guy, who has no brains and two thumbs. This guy, the point is, obviously, I'm not making fun of whatever he dealt with. The guy is not a bright guy well before you could talk about this. And Netanyahu is a war criminal, so I don't care. The bottom line, guys, every one of these people are showing themselves to be the opposite of what we promised. Attorney General Pam Bondi establishes task force to prosecute October 7th crimes. Okay, what are we talking about here? An American entity is going after what? A foreign group that's funded by Israel, by the way, for committing crimes on, or are we talking about the Israeli government that committed the bulk of those crimes? Either way, I guarantee that's not it. How is that America first? Why is she even doing this? I hope there's honest conservatives that have the guts to call this out, because that's obscene. And here is Abby Martin breaking down, why this is actually happening. Just so in case you forgot, right? This is the government being co-opted. I think we're watching right now the true culmination of the Zionist, technocratic, globalist dynamic, and it's all coming together. And this, what she's explaining to you, is what's been building till this point.
When you look at Israeli society, it started off as kind of a socialist project with the kibbutzes, and now it's just turned into a fascist, supremacist state where Netanyahu reflects the true face of Israel, just like Trump reflects the true face of this country. And when it's getting too toxic for even Natalie Portman to be this ambassador to Israel, that the tide is turning. But unfortunately, there's so much shit going on. Congress hasn't said anything. They just totally support this, man. And there's weird BDS legislation trying to criminalize basically dissent, where you have contractors in Texas having to sign clauses, promise that they won't support boycott of Israel in order to rebuild hurricane homes.
What is BDS?
Boycott, divestment, sanctions. It's the movement that Palestinians have asked us to help them to, boycott. And that's what Stephen Hawking was all about. He boycotted scientific conferences in Tel Aviv. So this is what we got to do, and we have to fight our government to stop endorsing these massacres and atrocities.
Well, obviously.
Absolutely. Of course, that's back when Joe Rogan was having people on that were at least pushing back on some narratives, right? Not just one side of the paradigm. or any side of the paradigm, right? The point is, Abby Martin is clearly, and she'll tell you to this day, left-leaning, whatever. But the point, nonetheless, is that she has been absolutely just constant, consistent on calling out what Israel's doing, whether they pretend to be left or pretend to be right. The point is the same. But here is what Secretary Rubio is telling you, right? So as everything we just saw, all the pandering to Israel while they're committing genocide, right? And maybe you just think you just can't see it. Okay, you just didn't. Okay, but what? How do you miss the Trump, Elon Musk, Rubio, every one of them suddenly goes, South Africa. Okay. He goes, I will not attend the G20 summit in Johannesburg. South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property. Oh, stealing property. Oh, that's crazy. Using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Oh, God forbid we want those terrible things, right? Obviously, the point is always that's not what they're actually doing. But you see how easy it is to make solidarity, equality, bad. Those words are all good things. What they're trying to do is make it out to be woke, and all they're now doing is making you want bad things. It says, in other words, DEI, climate change. Yeah, probably. But those words don't automatically mean those things. The bottom line is, my job is to advance America's national interest. I think you meant Israel right there. Now, taxpayer dollars or coddle anti-Americanism. Okay. South Africa, right? It's not like Israel is committing major crimes around the world, stealing property, doing very bad things. Also, isn't it South Africa was apartheid because of Israel? Yeah, that's right. We'll forget about that. But see, they didn't care back then. They actually loved that. They only care now that it's flipped the other way, which is just as problematic for anyone that cares about human life and racism. The bottom line, though, you can't stand there with a straight face and act like you care about calling out South Africa while ignoring what Israel's doing. Stealing, I mean, the land theft, the fact that he even says that is unreal to me. But they know what they're doing, guys. They know absolutely. They're, as I said, they're shifting into DEI, climate change, Democrat, to ignore, to get you to care more about this story than the genocide happening that everyone in the world can see, because they are completely overtaken by it. Now, Rand Paul, briefly showing his things from the other show we'll get into next show. Here's Rubio. Gaza must be free from Hamas. As POTUS shared today, the United States stands ready to lead, make Gaza beautiful again. Yeah, is that America first? Before we even do anything in America, we jump over and make Gaza great again? Can you please just say it with me? We were played. We were lied to. That's not what we were promised. Please have the courage to call it out. Our pursuit is one of lasting peace. That's what he says. Rand Paul. The pursuit for peace should not be that of the Israelis and the Palestinians. I thought we voted for America first. We have no business contemplating yet another occupation to doom our treasury, I think, and spill our soldiers' blood. Right. So here is Marco Rubio proving the point. USAID, alive and well. It's going to be a regime change machine just in the way they clearly want it to be. And that's what he's telling you. Sad. Oh, and don't forget, Trump says, oh, no rush, by the way, on that plan for Gaza. Whenever Israel's ready for us to do what we need to do, we're there for them. No rush, right? So they can starve, we can bomb them and murder them. That's all good. Whenever Israel wants us to kick them out of the way, you let us know. Nobody should be confused about what's going on today. It has never, ever been this clear in my life. Now, we're going to go over more of this. And I'll actually, in case you forgot to end this, not end the show, but make sure you see the point. This, remember, is how this all comes together. The Gaza location, according to Catherine and many other points, is apparently going to be a central location for the new technocratic, the technate. And you know what? Maybe I will just end with that. And Donald Trump is telling you it's going to be the new Riviera, right? That's exactly what the Israeli government, have been saying for a long time. Or that we want to turn it into beautiful beachfront property. And as we'll get into the next show, Trump keeps telling you that, we're going to move out of the way and make it all great. Great for who? Great for the Jewish supremacist element that the settlers are openly telling you is going to take control, which is what's happening in Lebanon and Syria and everywhere else. That's what they're doing. Now, if you hear that as only Jewish, you're not listening to the full picture. That's Zionism that has turned them into radicals. Plenty of Orthodox Jews in the world are screaming about how that doesn't represent them. Or Christians to Zionist Christians saying that's not Christianity. You're being it's around the world. People are waking up to it, guys. The question is, are you willing to allow yourself to see it? I've never seen something this obvious in my life. Tomorrow we're going to get into, or possibly tomorrow, just more about what's going on in Gaza. Donald Trump to clean it out. Donald Trump to occupy the area, all under a guise that it's best for whoever we put there next. Maybe a couple of Palestinians, but that's, I guarantee, not going to be the case. His quotes and statements are literally telling you it is everything we were told it would never be. Across the board. This has been very, very clear. So hopefully this reaches some people, guys. Please cut some of this stuff out. Make sure you highlight this stuff and tag me in it. So much of this needs to be shared. But I'm doing my best ultimately to get as much as I can out in the times that I have available to me right now. So just help me get this out. And as always, guys, we continue to need your support. So please, if you're out there and you believe in what we're doing, if you recognize how far ahead we can be on some of these stories because we're just being objective and nonpartisan and being honest about what we see and giving you the things that we can see and letting you connect the dots, then please show us. Write me a letter. The address down below. Just let me know how you think we're doing. And if you are able, sign up for $1 a month. That's what we ultimately need, is that continued support, because we're going to continue doing this. I'd love to see it grow. Help me do that. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Now these settlers have set their sights on a new prize, one that seemed utterly impossible before October 7th. Returning to Gaza, they cheer. That is the goal of Zionist settler organization Nachalah, one of more than a dozen groups now advocating for the reestablishment of Israeli settlements in Gaza. A recent promotional video even boasts that Gaza will become the next Riviera. The
Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.